Todd Rankin, are you there?
Yeah,
I am. Hey, Eric.
All right, Todd, where are you?
just serving on the job.
I'm in Buenos Aires, headed to Antarctica.
But I will.
Oh. And with that, we begin the work session for the town of Breckenridge, December 12th, 2023. Happy holidays, everyone.
Yeah.
Since this is our only December meeting, we're going to start off with the selection of liquor and marijuana licensing authority applications. We don't have a lot of time, so let's roll.
All right. Mayor and Town Council, the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority consists of 5 members who are appointed by Town Council. Current members include Ace Conway, Chair, Ashley Zimmerman, Vice Chair, Lee Gervin, Kelly Lovely, Haley Littleton. The authority members' terms are 4 years each. Terms are staggered and expire at the end of December in alternating odd years. The 2 members whose terms expire this year are Lee Gervin and Haley Littleton, with Lee being term limited. We realize time is valuable and we would like to thank them for their service. We sure appreciate it. The available volunteer authority positions were advertised in English and Spanish in the Summit Daily News, the Summit County Journal, on the Town Breck website, and on the Town of Breck social media platforms. 4 applications were submitted from Craig Hartnow, Garen Reichel, Sean Fitzsimmons, Austin Deneen. Application responses are attached and they are here to speak with you. 3 of the 4 were here. They might all 4 here. So 3 of the 4 are here.
Awesome. All right, let's roll them through.
They're ready.
We just gonna go one question from one question. We don't have time for 4 questions.
I gotta find the questions.
No,
No.
This question,
they got it. Go ahead. Don't worry about it.
that
Yeah.
question.
Why don't
Garen,
you
if
just
come
do,
down here.
why don't you just do one question? I'm gonna have.
So this is Garen
They
Reichel.
are.
Let's come right here.
Hi, Garen. Good afternoon. Thanks for applying. Give us a quick overview about yourself. We all read the letter, obviously, and then we'll have 1 or 2 questions.
Sure thing. So my name's Garen Reichel. I lived in Breckenridge for about 3 years. I'm really excited at the opportunity to get involved in the local government. It's something that I'm really passionate about. I don't have any direct experience with liquor or marijuana licensing. However, I have a few years experience on my HOA board and was recently reelected to represent our community and continue providing kind of like a safe and enjoyable experience for everyone there.
You'll find this to be much more pleasant than HOA stuff. Right?
Yeah,
without a
doubt. Yeah.
Question?
What do you see as the most important issue facing the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority in Breckenridge?
Good question. Like I said, I'm not an expert. However, it's, Breckenridge is a town that it lends itself very well to après activities. And I think that it's a huge draw for people coming here. And it is imperative that the town provides like a safe and enjoyable experience for everybody, whether they're partaking or not in like libations. And so I think the most important aspect of the authority is to ensure that establishments are providing this safe and enjoyable experience for everyone in the community.
Thanks.
Awesome. Other questions?
Do you have any issues with the mayor pro tem doing government with a bottle of tequila in front of her? Oh, you don't have to answer that. So, but I will say I'm psyched that people like you, young people new to the community, putting their hat in the ring, hopefully getting involved. So thanks.
Jay? Please explain your availability to attend monthly meetings as required by the authority, which is Tuesdays at 9 a.m.
Yeah, I don't foresee any issues with me making those times. I am a software engineer by trade and I work for a fully remote startup. And so my job is very flexible. I'm the head engineer, so I kind of help set the schedule. And I've already informed my company that I'm interested in this position. They have absolutely no problem with me making those meetings.
Sweet. Anything else? All right, we'll make a decision this evening and staff will be in touch.
Great, thank you.
Karen,
much for your
thank you
time.
so much.
And if you ever have questions about liquor or marijuana, feel free to
Okay.
give me a call.
Cut him off. Who knew where that was gonna go?
I'm letting him freeform tonight, just so you know. I'm giving him full reign tonight.
That's pretty good.
Right up here.
All right. Hi, Sean. Good, how are you? Thank you for applying.
Yeah, thank you for
Um,
a chance to.
Quick 1 minute rundown of who you are, and then we'll have a couple questions.
Sure, sounds good. So Sean Fitzsimmons, lived up here for about 4 years now. My day job is I'm a director at Microsoft over one of our cloud divisions. So covering basically our biggest software customers that we have. Food and beverage has kind of been a hobby of mine for a very long time. I love to cook. My saying is nothing brings people together like good food and good beverages. And I think that's really, really true in a town like this, from both the tourist aspect and those of us that, live up here. A couple of years ago, at the height of COVID, my wife and I started a Facebook group called High Country Foodie Club, which is for basically anyone that lives up in the high country, but it's mostly people in Summit County. And we started that for a couple of things, to make some friends up here when we first moved up here, but also just to get involved in the restaurant scene and help restaurants out and during a really, really tough time with COVID. So I was one of the people that worked with like Elizabeth Lawrence and several other people for the 5-star program to get some of the restaurants reopened during COVID. And we just love that culture. Love giving back to the service people that take care of us every time we go out. I've got tons of friends in the restaurant business here now, kind of through that group, and just real big hobby of mine. My interest in this is, my parents instilled in me from pretty much birth, give back to the communities that you're fortunate enough to live in. And, that's my main reason for applying again.
Great, Sean, thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? Yeah, Dick.
Yeah. Sean, you're obviously the smart one doing food and beverages a hobby and not a living.
I get asked that a lot, why I don't get in the business. I like it as a hobby. Eric can probably.
What do you see as some of the biggest challenges facing the food and beverage and alcohol and marijuana industries?
Yeah, from a restaurant perspective, the marijuana side, I think, is a little bit more cut and dry, right? I like Breckenridge's approach of kind of keeping those businesses off Main Street. I spent a week in Las Vegas a couple weeks ago and just walking around, literally smelling it everywhere. That's something I want to do. I have nothing against it whatsoever. But I think that part is one thing. On the restaurant side, I think it's just kind of creating a unique program that's going to bring people in. I think the happy hour stuff in Breckenridge is huge, both for locals, looking to go out places and save a little bit of money, but also just for the tourists and stuff, to have something to race, after skiing. So I think just that uniqueness of figuring out what they do to bring people in, safety, how do they have the right safety protocols in place so that we don't have people coming up here to 10,000 feet, drinking too much and stumbling out and then going and driving, is I think a challenge up here. Those are kind of some of the bigger things I see as the challenges.
Would you be able to explain your availability to attend monthly meetings as required by the authority? Those are Tuesdays at 9 a.m.
Yeah, so no issue with that. I control my schedule at work, very flexible. I work remotely from home. So yeah, that's not an issue at all.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sean, thank you
Yeah,
very
thank you.
much.
Thank you.
We're gonna make a decision this evening, and then we'll have staff reach out to you tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good. I was going to try and be here, but my son and I are going to go do a shift over at FERC this afternoon and evening. So
Good for you. Thanks for doing that.
No worries.
thank you guys
That's
so
a
much.
good way to drop that at the end. That gets you a check. That's a check. Buddy.
Service hours for college, and I'm going with.
Thank you. All right, Austin,
Right, yeah, that's what. Thank you. Right.
on down,
Come on
Austin.
down.
Deneen.
Change me up.
That's great.
Well, hello. I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
This
Give us a brief summary of you, and then we'll ask a couple questions.
Sure. So I moved to Breckenridge in 2007. I've been here for more than 16 years. In that time, I've held strategic communication roles throughout all facets of the town. And then ultimately, my interest in the Liquor and Marijuana Authority is how I feel connected to this community. So sitting on boards, sitting on commissions and authorities is how I feel connected and feel like I belong here.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Questions?
What do you see as the most important issues facing the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority?
say that 3 times fast, right?
Mhm.
I think ultimately, protection of confidence and information is really important, right? You discuss, I had a lengthy conversation with Lee Gervin, who's falling off the authority. And she mentioned, being ensure that you're confident with information that's shared and what is appropriate and what is not appropriate in terms of discussion. So I think that is incredibly important. I serve as an elected official on the Red, White, and Blue Board of Directors, and we certainly have those discussions very frequently to ensure that we share the appropriate information that makes sense.
Hi, Austin. Please explain your availability to attend monthly meetings as required by the authority, and those are Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Yeah, absolutely. I have availability to attend monthly meetings. With the current employment I'm in right now, I actually am required to have community hours in the community that I serve. So not only I do that for my personal, but also for work as well.
Thank you.
Awesome. Anything else?
No.
All right, we're gonna make a decision tonight and staff will be in touch with you. Thanks. Austin.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Have a good day.
We will move forward without him. Are we waiting for the 106 West people? Or are we gonna just, that's just us? Just internal? Oh, they are. Go grab them. Yeah, we're there, man.
Good. I thought we have too much.
It's not that much.
To fit into the 20 minutes and you finished in 11.
Hey. We had one no show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It said 2:15 to be in the chamber, because I thought we were gonna run right to 2:20. So they're here.
You're on time, you're late.
Right.
They're a logistics company, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're gonna get there. Once they pull in here.
I could change my
We'll start it off.
This too, right, Kelly?
The vision of what we wanted that.
You guys hear anything?
Your mind.
It's your hearing.
You wanna just start with?
Yeah, let's go ahead and start with the video. This is about two.
In the heart of Vale,
This is iconic Vale.
Jason Barber with
Here they come.
Hey, guys.
Dave, why don't you come on down? Sorry, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I apologize for that. You do it for your logistics.
Logistically efficient around here.
Yeah,
so.
we're not fail.
Missed the dock time. Oh, yeah, right.
Heart of Vale.
This is iconic Vale.
Jason Barber with 106 West says the streets are a lot quieter these days,
Nice and quiet in the morning.
thanks to a program started by the town and Vale Resorts
Vale Resorts and the town of Vale had this idea.
that has big delivery trucks unloading goods for businesses at a central dock,
All the trucks go into a central loading dock.
then using these small electric vehicles to get those supplies around town.
These are our electric carts. You know, they do the deliveries in the town of Vale. You can see they're much quieter.
Which means less noise, less pollution, and safer streets for people walking around with 115 big trucks now off the downtown streets of Vale.
The main goal of the program simply was to take the large delivery vehicles off the streets of Vale to make it more of a pedestrian-friendly environment.
And now, after nearly 2 years, the program has been so successful that Vale's likely expanding to include package deliveries.
town wants to take the UPS and the FedEx vehicles off the street. So right now we are in discussions with UPS and FedEx.
Then maybe even trash removal, with more towns also looking into the program.
We've had some discussions with the town of Breckenridge, with Telluride, Manitou Springs, Salt Lake City, Park City, Jackson Hole, places like that.
Which is why Jason says if you have a good idea, you have to keep it rolling.
It's been such a success that it's going to continue down the road.
And we are continuing down the road as well. 106 West Logistics says they handle about 20,000 packages a week with these little electric vehicles, and they just cruise around taking all the supplies to all the different stores. Corey and Jordan, as far as the trash goes, that's the next big step they would like to try to tackle here in Vail. Get those big trash trucks out here and then have these electric vehicles handle that. Then they really think they could get some of that noise pollution and other pollution out of the core of town. But so far, this program's just been working so well, they want to expand it.
Yeah, and it's safer as well, not getting those huge trucks. I mean, those areas are super narrow in there, so it's a great idea. Matt, thank you.
You'd love it. Don't worry.
Right,
All
well,
right, thanks.
good afternoon, Mayor and Town Council. I should have started with a little bit of an intro, but staff wanted to come and present on this last mile delivery system. And this really fits into the discussions that we've been having on the Blue River Pathway and easing up some of that congestion, looking for ways to get the delivery trucks and the trash and recycling vehicles and really lessening the programming that's in that area. And so several months ago, we kind of learned that Town of Vail had undergone a contract with 106 West Logistics. And so we learned a little bit more about that. And subsequent to that, we also had an opportunity at Mountain Towns 2030 to see some of that operation. And Dave Riddle and his team reached out and said, hey, there's an opportunity to, would you be interested in an opportunity to look at this in town of Breckenridge? So we, again, kind of thinking about this from the bigger macro of Blue River Pathways and trying to make those programming of that for pedestrians and bikes and that connection to the waterways. We thought this was something that we wanted to present to the council and have a little bit of discussion about where we're at right now and then what the possibilities are in the future. So as you just seen the video that was done for Town of Vail that showcased Jason from 106 West, who's joined us. Dave is here to kind of give a little bit of overview of his company and what they do and what the potential would be here at the town of Breckenridge. So with that, I'll hand it over to Dave Riddle.
Hi, Council. Dave Riddle, we've met a few of you guys at Mountain Towns. Thanks for coming to the dock and viewing what we have going on there. How we got here with the town of Vail was we were delivering some product into the town. They approached us and said, hey, can you guys come up with a solution to basically our last inch problem? A lot of trucks in town, a lot of pedestrians in town, a lot of congestion, a lot of safety issues. How do we get these trucks out of the town and deliver the goods efficiently, safely, effectively, et cetera? So we kind of took the weekend and the week and discussed some things internally, and Vail has some infrastructure already in place, loading docks, et cetera. We approached them and said, hey, why don't you pull the loading the trucks off the street, put them into a loading dock and deliver from there? And they said that's not feasible. We tried that in the past. Delivery companies said no way, it's too far for us, it's too difficult, we can't deliver from those docks. And we said, no, that's not, the solution would be to have a third party deliver from those loading docks into the town using small, quiet, efficient electric vehicles. And you kind of saw the light bulb moment go off. And so from there, we started with the pilot program, and the town, we had working groups, and the town sort of approached us and asked how many trucks could we take using a small, effective pilot program. We came back to them and said we can take as many as, 24 trucks off the street. I think there was 60 at the time or something like that going into town. So we started with the small pilot program of, I think it was two carts, 4 workers, and a dock manager. And from there, they want us to start with 8 to 12 trucks, and we ended up taking, I think, 30 off the street. Started with mostly beverage heavy product, and then moved on to food and things like that as we progressed. 6 months in, it was really picking up steam, and the town wanted us to take a year-long pilot. This was in the summer that this happened. So they wanted us to take a year-long pilot. We did a year-long pilot after that. Added some staff, added a cart or 2, and took on more vehicles. And by that time, I think we had 3/4 of the trucks off the street at that point. There was a couple outliers that stayed on that were delivering, but I think we had upwards of 40 some trucks coming into the loading dock, and we were delivering all their goods to all the restaurants and bars in town, and doing some light retail here and there, and some other product. The problem isn't specific to Vail or Breckenridge or anywhere else. Last mile delivery is a problem across the board. There's congestion. Everybody's, neighbor has a brewery, and everybody's, cousin has a cheese shop or something that needs product delivered. So there's more and more trucks out there. And as you guys know and are aware, there's a lot more pedestrian traffic and skier traffic these days too. Mountain towns are getting pretty crowded. So it's not that that Vail's alone in that category. Breck is the same way. And Vail wanted to have it a safe pedestrian village, but also what comes along with that is, and removal of the trucks, is CO2 emission reductions, safety issues, congestion issues, et cetera, come along with all of those things removing the trucks. So initial challenges were how do we during the pilot program, how do we take out all the trucks? How do we calculate all the volume? How do we get all the data in line to take these big rigs off the street? So we started collecting data during the pilot program to figure out how many trucks, how many truck trips, how many kegs, how many cases of food, et cetera, are coming off the street. We presented that to the town. We gave them a budget. Everything was approved, and we went full go in October of 2022. So we've been full implementation for a year. The town passed an ordinance that did not allow any more large vehicles into town other than FedEx and UPS. So since October of 2022, we've been taking off about 53 to 55 vendors, depending on the time and the seasons. And that equates to about 115 to 125 truck trips per week into the town of Vail. On busy days during Christmas, we've delivered over 140 kegs a day. In addition to food and beverage, we deliver over 20 to 25,000 cases of food all throughout town. And all of this is done in a matter of hours. Our dock operates from about 5:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I would say majority of days we are wrapping up or trying to be done by noon at the latest. And usually the way that works is frozen goods, food first, and then from there it works into beverage and other items. But that said, we prioritize breakfast houses over dinner houses to get some things done. If there's no chefs in the kitchen until noon, we may wait till 11 to deliver their goods. But if they're on our dock, they're usually going out. In the town of Vail too, we've customized those deliveries. So when we're delivering to a restaurant, if they want certain things in the refrigerator or the freezer or on the floor or on the shelves, we deliver it in that manner. So the restaurants and bars have really seen a benefit because of that customization and that timing schedule. The distributors have seen a benefit because they are spending far less time delivering. It's a one-stop shop. They offload. We check the receipts. We check the invoices. We organize the stacks accordingly, and they're gone. Some distributors have even added routes onto their trucks that come up there to, really take advantage of what they have there. They'll add a route to Steamboat or something like that because they know Vail takes an hour and they can get to Steamboat and then back to Denver and finish their route all on the same truck. So yeah, overall, the process took some getting to, over, a year and a half or so of a pilot. And then now full implementation, it's going pretty well, without really any major issues whatsoever. Staffing is not really an issue for us right now. We operate with 10 dock workers, an assistant dock manager, and a dock manager, and deliver all that product every single day. We're operational 6 days a week, sometimes 7, but for the most part, 6 days a week. There's not that many deliveries that are happening on Sundays. We do linens, Sunday soil, we call it, where they go up and pick up all the dirty linen so that they're ready for takeout on Monday. Other than that, yeah, I'm interested to hear if you guys have any questions or initial concerns.
Before we get into some of the questions, I also wanted to just say that this presentation is meant to be just an opportunity that the town has as part of kind of this, again, the bigger discussion of the Blue River Pathways. Right now, what our next steps would be, provided based on some of the feedback that we're hopefully get today, we would go out for an RFP for a service provider. 106 is logistics, or 106 West is one company, certainly, of probably others out there. But we would go out for an RFP to look for a provider. As part of that too, as mentioned, trash and recycling and compost would be a piece of that too, we would look to do. Currently, as part of the memo, and we're going to kind of go into the memo here in a few minutes, but we had identified a small amount of money, $250,000 for a pilot program. And really the goal and the intent of that was to put something on the ground, and we recognize it's an aggressive timeline, but we'd like to get something on the ground beginning next June and work with either volunteer restaurants and beverage locations, or, kind of handpick some that we feel like we can really test the limits of the pilot. And so that's really the goal initially. And then as we kind of learn and kind of walk through that process, we would look to add more restaurants and locations, and then ultimately sweep up the trash and recycling and compost and look for some of those other efficiencies that we believe could be there. So as part of the memo, staff has been working on this for some time, just again, trying to look at that equation of all the programming that takes place on the Riverwalk now, and what we can do to eliminate or reduce or relocate some of those services. So as part of that, this came to us, and we're like, this is something that does provide some opportunity, but without really doing a pilot, we're not going to be able to answer all the questions that I'm sure most of us have at this point. So we can do one or two things now.
I'd like to start with questions for these guys, because then I want to talk with the staff about the location.
Absolutely.
Because I have some questions. So questions for 106 first.
I know you guys are doing Vail. Are you guys doing any other towns?
Not right now.
So
Nope.
it's,
This process started in 2021, so we were kind of Vail heavy at the start. And as far as we know, it's the first of its kind out there. We have, as the video clip mentioned, talked to a bunch of other mountain towns that are interested, but no boots on the ground anywhere else.
And do you have a sense how our tonnage would compare to Vail? I mean, are they a bigger entity as far as deliveries than us?
I don't think so. I think you guys are a little bit bigger. I think you guys, from what we've seen, there's some food vendors and beverage vendors that we know that bring 2 trucks up, but I don't know if that's because of the logistics of getting things in and through town, that they split the loads, or if it's really a case count situation. But yeah, I think Breckenridge, just by the number of sheer cafes and restaurants and bars, is more than Vail Village.
And can you remind us what you're currently doing in Vale? So it's trash recycling, no, not yet.
No,
So-
not yet. That is on council's horizon in Vale,
Uh-huh.
for us to do. There is a working group in town right now in town of Vale that's happening, with that in mind. But they haven't really got any traction yet. They have a new council coming on,
Mhm.
up there, so they're kind of waiting to have, once that council's on board, to really move to trash and compost and recycling.
So it's
They have-
mostly food deliveries, beverage deliveries, and then the high volume deliveries that's installed by a lawsuit, right? The FedEx
Correct.
UPS?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct. Yep.
I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for taking the time out. I've heard that the Vail route is the most coveted of all routes for in Colorado for our food vendors and our liquor vendors. So I think that's owed mostly to you. Curious what the biggest growing pains that you guys had in Vail was, either from a town side or from a business side that wasn't anticipated.
I don't know. I mean, it was a fairly seamless transition from pilot to year-long pilot to full implementation. I think the biggest roadblocks for us were dealing with the DOR, and getting licensed effectively to deliver alcohol, dealing with health inspections, dealing with the vendors to try to calm their nerves on food spoilage issues and those kind of things. I think a lot of them saw this from afar. And once they came and saw the program in person, they saw how quickly things were moving. And it's far faster than their delivery teams could ever move.
What range, what's your furthest range from the hub, the drop-off zone to your furthest drop-off?
I'd say 3/4 of a mile-ish. We operate within about 1 square mile. If you're familiar with Vale Village, we go to Gravity House on the northeast corner, La Bottega on the northwest corner, and then the dock is sort of in a triangle from there. Back under the lodge at Vale is where the dock is located.
And you mentioned that you do frozen first, which obviously makes sense. Are you making multiple deliveries to each establishment of doing frozen and then you come back and do produce and then you come back and do dry goods?
So we use a dock software called opendock.com, where we log in the trucks that are coming in at certain times of the day. And these distributors use that and log in their dock time. So we know when certain trucks are coming. So let's say Seattle Fish, for instance, comes and they have a lot of frozen product, obviously. We'll kind of prioritize 2 carts to take that product out as soon as we can. But to answer your overall question, yes, we take multiple trips to those locations each day. We kind of prioritize the trucks that come in, and as they come in, we take all of their product off and then we get going. So let's say Vendettas or Red Lion, for instance, we'll go there 6, 7, 8 times a day. For frozen products, for regular food product, for booze, and then for beer, whatever it is. There's definitely multiple trips to each location.
So you got some pretty good relationships with those individual establishments.
Yep. And that was another hang up too. I think, these, the restaurateurs and the bar owners and managers, this is their lifeblood. This is what they do. So all this product is really important to them: food safety, product safety, efficiencies. And again, seamless from pilot on, because at the initiation of this thing, there was a lot of hand-wringing, a lot of concern. But once we started doing it and they saw our processes and procedures, everything was sort of much alleviated.
Thank you.
Vale, have you had any problems with your delivery vehicles? I mean, as far as maintenance, repairs, kind of downtime because of whatever?
We had a lemon of a cart to start. The battery would go out every, hour or so, and we'd have to charge it or whatever. But there's a new product that we're working with that has a blanketed battery, a little more runtime, and more of a robust suspension system, et cetera. These carts take up to, our old carts took 1,200 pounds on payload, and our current new carts take about 2,000 plus pounds. So we can load a pallet plus in there
Yeah.
and just take it right to the location and offload. So these distributors, they like it because they'll palletize their goods, push them off on the dock, kind of check out the stack and make sure everything's there, and then wrap the pallet and we're gone. So right to the storefront.
So you did get, because I toured early in the summer and yet you talked about those, but you hadn't gotten them yet. So
Yeah, we have them now. Yep.
that'll streamline a lot.
Mhm.
Take palletized loads.
Questions?
Do you guys do turnkey deliveries? Yeah, where you open the door when you let yourself in and.
Yeah, we call them dark drops. But yes, we do those, a lot of those. Cause we're there 5:30, 6 in the morning. So we have codes and keys for everywhere in town. No one was really reluctant to give us those codes and keys because they give them to delivery guys anyway, or they have cameras or whatever it is. So, and in those locations, we had to learn kind of the customization of how they wanted it. Old delivery drivers, from old, processes would leave outside if they didn't have the key, would leave outside if they didn't have the code. Birds are picking at the stack or whatever it is. If it's a dinner house, it might sit there till noon before their chef gets there. So there's a lot of spoilage concerns that we saw prior to doing this, but those have kind of, like I said, been alleviated because we deliver right in and then we customize inside those locations.
Have you guys looked into, I mean, I know Vale Village is essentially, well, it might not be entirely, but most of the roadways are heated, so you don't have to deal with snow and ice and such that you would here and probably most other resorts. Have you guys looked into and researched the vehicles and kind of how you would tackle that? Little different animal, obviously.
Yep. So the vehicles that we have now are currently being used in Sweden for their postal service delivery all over the country. I think they have like 1,500 of those vehicles over there. So they operate in, inclement weather all throughout Sweden to deliver their postal service goods.
So tested in the cold temperatures, et cetera, et cetera.
Cold temperatures, snow, wind, rain, et cetera. And we plan on testing them ourselves now that we have them on, the roadways in Vale after service hours where we can kind of test them out in the snow and see how well they perform.
So far, so good.
Mhm.
What are you guys' biggest stumbling blocks with trash and compost and recyclables?
Right now, I would say just getting started. Everywhere from a vehicle to where they want us to put it to, do they want a compactor? Do they want just a low boy? What do they want? And how to process it? The town of Vale hasn't really moved on that. They decided to do high volume carriers first, which then is kind of wrapped up in litigation right now. But I think the biggest stumbling block once they start is that they have 3 carriers in town, 3 companies that are doing trash and recycle. So to kind of eliminate that down to a single hauler might be an issue, but the town's also considering doing a different methodology where they would have the trash service be the town's.
They would have, pardon me?
They would have the trash service be the town's trash service. So they would basically own their trash service.
There you go, James.
Yeah, I'm
You're
actually,
making friends next to you there.
yeah, I'm actually not as uncomfortable with that thought as we once were. So I think there is
Hybrid.
a hybrid that could exist that would create some efficiencies and also potentially create some revenue that could kind of offset some of the cost of the program. So
And also properly manage
Correct.
recyclables.
yeah, the QA/QC of obviously taking it internal or doing a hybrid with a contractor would be tremendous.
I don't want to speak out of turn and end up with cement boots and
And
Dylan
Dylan
or something.
in the pond.
I know I'm on the record.
You're right. Great, thanks.
Other questions?
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Dave, are you aware, since you're saving the vendors quite a bit of time, is there any cost savings passed along to the restaurants, or are you not really aware of that?
Not that we're aware of. Initially, there was some concerns, and back to some block questions. There were some concerns about the town has implemented a dock permit fee. I didn't mention that before. they implemented a dock permit fee so they could access these loading docks. These vendors could access loading docks and use them for deliveries. Our service is complimentary to them. They don't pay us. They pay the town for access to these docks. But it just makes sense to use us from that angle. So there was initial concern that these costs, the dock permit fee would be passed off onto the restaurateurs and the consumer, et cetera, but we haven't seen that. I know that there was some inflationary concerns and whatever else during this time, so maybe they buried their costs within there, but I don't know. There's been 2 vendors that have added a line item on there for special veil delivery or what have you. And the restaurants that have pushed back against that, saying, hey, I know you're saving a ton of time on your deliveries, so don't charge me this fee, or I'm using somebody else, they've waived it. So that's, I don't think it's been passed off onto restaurants as far as the cost, but I don't think the savings has been passed off on either.
Sounds like probably it's a wash because now they're paying that dock fee.
So, but not, it's a tiered dock fee, so I don't know. The big vendors pay more than your local bread bagel shop or something like that might deliver. So I don't know what their internal financial picture is for how much they're saving, but I know when you're saving 5 or 6 hours a day on your delivery time with a $30 plus an hour driver, your dock fee is minimal compared to what you're saving.
Yeah, that helps. Thanks.
Is the end user paying anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the town's not charging the restaurant. Other questions?
What's the ratio between the offset of the cost between the dock fee and what Town of Vale's paying? Do you know that ratio?
I want to say overall with our budgeted expense and the Town of Vale is probably paying 40%-ish. And again, these are different line items on their budgets. I think that the dock permit fee probably covers close to 50 to 60% of our budget amount. But that said, they're in 2 different pools of money.
Comments for these guys before we move on to James?
Very impressive. I mean, when I toured over the summer, I toured on a Friday morning of Tiva games or whatever that's evolved into today, the big weekend in Vale. And, I mean, you guys were shutting down by 10 o'clock in the morning, already done, and super impressive.
Pretty easy.
Yeah, I'm awesome. You sign me up. I would happily be in the first program because we have some obstacles that might be helpful as get your feet wet. All right. What's up here? You just do the 3 of us and
We might do a full cut.
All right, well, as part of this, I mentioned that, staff has been looking at this kind of internally, again, as part of the bigger.
Obviously, we'd like you to stick around for this part if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because we'd love to, see how you feel about some of this too.
So, that being said, we've looked at some locations, and obviously we had an opportunity to go over to Vale and look at kind of the central location of that site and how it functions for the deliveries and the trucks coming in. So the staff memo that was put together was intended to just take a look at some of the areas that we contemplated. And it was limited, obviously, to the areas that we control or own for one, because that is how we're going to be most effective putting a pilot on with the timeline that we're proposing. We recognize that there's challenges with some of these sites, and also looking for opportunities to work with whoever the service provider is to kind of really dial that in and make it the most efficient. So that being said, we put down a few of the sites on here. Some are obviously the most, probably the biggest one is the further away we go from the core, you're kind of losing some of that efficiency of what we're ideally trying to achieve here. So that's why some of the ones that are closer in provide some of that, but they also come with some challenges and hopefully a pilot would be able to alleviate or we can be able to refine that. So Shannon had the opportunity and probably the most knowledge about this, working with some of the discussions on Riverwalk Center and then also working with Norris Design on Blue River Pathways. So this is kind of a presentation that a lot of the staff, the sustainability folks, Jesse Burley, Matt Halsey, Teddy Wilkinson, we're all working on this in collaboration. So this next piece is really part of everyone's thoughts at this point anyway. So.
Anything to add?
Hopefully have time to touch on our site analysis, the temp structure, the budget, and going out to RFP. So we can tackle each of those separately if you want, rather than running through them all.
Yeah, let's
I know you're
start with
eager to
this.
talk about the site.
I want to talk about the site first. So questions?
Actually, for me, the first question is the scope. I mean, are you thinking Ridge Street up where the cool guys are, or you gonna do just all the Main Street?
You mean cool guys, the Main Street cool guys?
The Ridge Street cool guys?
Dick,
Pardon me?
the scope for the pilot?
Or just the ultimate scope that we're thinking? I mean, are we thinking core? I mean, obviously, we might have to shrink it for a pilot. Or are we just thinking people that touch the Riverwalk?
I think overall, if this were to be successful, we could probably get core, depending on how big of a dock system we could get and how many trucks we could go. I don't think we'd be successful getting base area mountainside. I think, Beaver Run would probably have to be on their own.
But Peak 9 base you could do. No?
I'm not sure. What we would have to see, we want to start a pilot small, get some partner companies, get some partner restaurants, and then see
Sure.
how much more we could grow it. But I don't think downtown core up to Ridge Street would be too
You
difficult.
guys, there's a bit of a grade up the Ridge Street. You guys have any concerns about that?
7%.
That's support. Yeah, yeah.
Can your cars make it?
We have a little bit of a presence in Breckenridge already. We deliver coffee and tea and things like that around town and some other inter-office items. So we're aware of kind of where that location is. I don't think we have any issues with carts going up there.
Okay, so we're ultimately, ultimately thinking core. And I'm teasing about but I mean, I think it does affect, where the hub is as to, what is our ultimate idea for scope.
The goal.
I mean, I think if we're investing in this, it should be the core.
Well, I think it should be
Obviously
core, too.
not the pilot, but ultimately.
We want to remove trucks anywhere in town, whether it's off the Riverwalk, on Ridge Street, in the Main Street alleys on the east side. Anywhere we can effectively get those trucks off the streets, I think is a win.
So to your point, where would you say North Side Pizza to Main Street Station? Or is that's what, 11 blocks? Or is that too large of a scope?
Main Street Station have their own loading dock?
I don't believe so.
They do.
They
I
do?
don't know how often it is utilized.
Oh.
I mean, that's when I think core, that's what I think, but we would have to know. We'd know more in 2 years,
Of course.
or at least 1 year.
That Lacima was included also. If Main Street Station wasn't, it'd be important to have Lacima.
Especially for trash. I
trash.
mean, if we get the
trash
trash and recyclables and stuff.
Progresses, I think you can
Shape it.
determine that part really in the future as you go here.
Jay, I kind of feel like if we're gonna invest in this, that I think you described it well.
What, Dick?
If we're gonna invest in something like this, assuming the pilot works and everything else, I think we do need in what you described is the core, really, in my mind, is that 100 or 200 block north to 500 or 600 blocks south.
Yeah.
Which that's what, 8 blocks. And then
we
east, west,
could do that.
probably, French Street to Park. Yep.
Yeah, I think everything that we're scoping is.
Just want to make sure
what
that they're
staff
somewhat
picturing when we get there, but we have to make sure we can land and launch and budget a pilot first.
Right.
I like that you're already wanting to do the full program, but we should focus on just getting this pilot off the ground. if
It's just more of
possible.
just making sure that we're all thinking the same picture.
Mhm, Absolutely.
All the
Right.
same, yeah.
And even it sounds like the pilot is gonna be very opt-in, so businesses that already bought into this. And I guess I'm thinking another step ahead, but maybe with Vail, was there like business education outreach or things even in the pilot that we can do to make the eventual transition easier?
Yeah, I think so. Vail kind of did some haphazard meetings where they had vendors at one public meeting and then, and when I say vendors, distributors, and then restaurants and bars and the general public at another meeting. And so, and there was only those 2 meetings for public outreach before we started this thing. But I know offhand, probably 10 vendors that would jump at the chance of something over here.
And I think restaurateurs too, the restaurant community is pretty tight and we could connect restaurateurs from here with Vail restaurateurs or even have them come over and tour and they'd get on board quickly.
Okay, so do you want to jump into our site analysis? Staff looked
Yes.
at the 4 locations we listed because they are big enough and they're town owned within sort of a geographic radius that would work for the program. Public Works, we sort of threw off because it is too far. We can't launch this on Airport Road or Public Works and be successful. We looked at Schoonover. It's a little tight. It's pretty visible. It's in the historic district. And we think there might be a little too much interface with PEDS on the Gold Pan Alley, but it's feasible. It's got great location to the restaurants. F-Lot could also work. We can hop on the Riverwalk. We can get into downtown. But for F-Lot, we would have to take over the entire parking lot for the pilot, which is a loss of a lot of spaces. So that landed us with Tiger Dredge being the top option. It's great access. It can screen relatively well for being in the downtown core because of the grade break between Park Ave and the parking lot. We think we could make it for the final configuration so we wouldn't have a large loss of parking. Final configuration could be sort of a podium parked or a parking garage with parking on top, or maybe some other programming on top. Circulation's a bit tough in there. We think it would be best if trucks came down Main Street early in the morning and pulled in, as we've shown in the diagram. We know we wouldn't want trucks on Main Street after 10 a.m. That would be a no-go. So we would have to make sure we could also circulate off of the 4 o'clock roundabout.
Yeah.
So we came up with Tiger Dredge being staff's recommendation for the pilot and possibly the permanent, because we were trying to think, let's try it out with it working for a permanent location as well as the pilot.
Janet, why wouldn't you have them come, for Tiger Dredge specifically, why wouldn't they come off of Park and through the roundabout and in to the Tiger Dredge from Park versus Main Street?
For the pilot, I think we would need to do some work to that leg of the roundabout. There's a splitter island there right by Lone Star on that road. I think it's West Washington is actually the road. I think we might have to do some improvements to really have a good truck movement in both directions there. So for the pilot, I think that would be too aggressive to be able to make changes. But in a permanent layout, I would like to sort of reconfigure all of Tiger Dredge, which might be necessary as part of the Blue River Pathways project, as well as the Riverwalk reimagination. So I think there is opportunity for really changing how Tiger Dredge flows, but not by June.
That's my biggest concern is the Main Street. I mean, if the goal was pilot and then you won't have to use Main Street for trucks, I think that's an issue.
Mhm.
So,
We agree, especially those big trucks. on
yeah,
Main
it's
Street.
even making that turn on to on Adams is gonna be tough.
But we know trucks are doing it now.
Yeah.
That's how,
But not all of
Whiskey
them.
Star, yeah, not all of them, but that's, a lot of them are coming that way anyway.
When are they done delivering?
Depends on weather.
Like 10?
Currently,
Depends.
Yeah.
Did they what?
all
Out there?
day long.
4 in the
currently.
afternoon,
For this all day?
6 sometimes,
Oh, wow,
sometimes
okay.
8 at night.
Yeah, okay.
The goal would be with this system, Jeffrey, they would have reservations at the dock, so we would have more control and they would like that control. You know, they know they can have a spot 9 a.m., they drive in, get rid of their
Yeah.
goods and they're off.
Shannon, in looking at the locations, I mean, for me personally, I'm excited about the delivery situation, but I'm even more excited about compost and trash. So when we're evaluating these 4 sites and potentially more, I think before we land on anyone's site, what I'd really like to know is where's the trash and compost going? Cause my understanding is maybe it'll need to be 2 separate locations, but before we go too far down the road with one location, I would really like to know
So
more.
I think the trash and recycling and compost materials management would be a piece of this logistics program, but not necessarily happening at the same site.
Yeah, that's
in the-
what,
So in the schedule we looked at, we would launch
They come in.
this and then in 2024, start the planning for the materials management while we were launching this with the food and bev, then start the planning for the materials management. Then when we go to full construction, we would know how we would handle that.
okay.
Because we don't have a great model. We can lean on Vail for this food and bev pretty easily.
Mhm.
But since we're gonna maybe even be ahead of them on the materials, but I was picturing there would need to be additional locations for sure once we get into materials.
Right.
Seeing if,
I just don't want to break ground on this location for this until we know where the
Yeah,
trash. and
we would
compost-
plan that all while we're running the initial
Okay.
pilot.
the nice thing is the money that we've discussed for fixing up some of the dumpster locations, I think we could push off because this actually takes care of that. Those dumpsters are fine. If
For a couple more years.
they're fine. For, I mean, having their carts or a similar cart picking up trash on the Riverwalk is a lot different than,
Huge.
you know, than having Timberline's big truck. So
Stacking.
if they're just daily picking up trash, I think those enclosures work for a while.
Yeah.
So you
It's
can
just the
shunt that
frequency.
money off to whatever that other facility will be.
We totally agree. So are we comfortable with Tiger Dredge pilot? Permanent solution would be no Main Street
I-
egress, ingress?
I think it's the right location. I think we need to replace that
Hmm.
workforce parking.
Yeah.
I also think we need to be cognizant, that is an important parking area for the south end of town.
Mhm.
I no longer own a restaurant down there, so I can advocate for them. The south end of town needs some love. We keep
Mhm.
focusing on the core, the 100 blocks. We have to do something for the south. Where are we gonna park? Oh, well, let's park them in F lot. Well, you're just taking half of F lot's customer parking away. We really need to start focusing more on the south end of town. I really think that it's being neglected. I think we've been told now that that's the scariest next place for capital improvement and development is south. We need to get ahead of it. We need to start thinking about it. And I really need to make that statement loud and clear because this will have a huge impact on the south end of town. That is the south end of town's workforce parking reservoir. And there is no easy replacement for it.
Unless we do deck it.
Yeah, and the final
But
configuration.
that's 5 years down the road. We need to think about this now.
What we do with those employees.
I mean, I agree with you, Eric, if it's permanent, it also makes sense and I'm supportive of it. But only with a little shift of priority towards the south.
Would it
know.
be any feasibility to kind of have a kind of a fast, regular shuttle from, say, the parking structure to the south end of town?
Oh,
Dedicate,
What's the first thing we cut off? That fast shuttle, the trolley.
oh,
I
yeah.
mean, we need to start prioritizing the south end of town. So yes,
What I'm saying, the shuttle be less expensive than decking it.
Yeah.
I
No,
think you have to deck it.
we're gonna have to deck it. I mean, I think that is the
No, but in
permanent.
the
I
interim.
think I'm not saying I'm not supportive. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
no, I know.
I'm
yeah.
supportive, or I'm supportive and.
Yeah.
We do need to start investing in the south. We do need to look at the transportation and mitigate these issues because there are issues, there will be issues. There's a lot that happens in the south end of town. That is where all our convention facilities are. So we get a lot of business down there. You know, we have a huge bed base down there for our guests. And there's a lot of restaurants, bars, retail, and gosh, we all forget, but there is another base area, the ski area down
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
You know, because the ski area is focused everything on 7 and 8.
Right.
the South's coming and we need to be ahead of it.
So I
And
think
this is setting us back a hair. So I'm just saying we need to put more priority on the South.
We're gonna be
I
at a
was always quieter about this till I sold my restaurant down there, but I sold it. So now my voice comes out. The South needs a higher priority.
The only other thing I think I need a head nod on is the temporary structure. I outlined out there that this would be violating development code. We met with planning. We understand. We could tackle it through a town project process, but we want to make sure the council is aware and supportive of a temporary structure with a pilot. We figure it would be in place for about 2.5 years. Following our schedule as outlined.
Yeah, we had this.
10 years, right?
Think about how much grief we get for snow sculpture, which is 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
You know,
Sprung Building was up there.
Are we generally okay with doing a temp structure?
And there's no other way to make
mean,
the
yeah.
logistics work. So if we want to pilot this, yes.
option for a temporary structure,
Mhm.
but
The budget that we had plugged in for the CIP for this year did not contemplate launching the pilot. It was more of like some soft study dollars. So through the RFP process, we'll come back with a real budget number to launch this. It'll be well over 250.
so Shannon, when you're thinking about this parking situation, I mean, the other thing about moving it further north, if we could find a location further north, is that it wouldn't encourage the trucks to come all the way
Yeah.
into town and all the way back. out of
That's
town.
initially why like a schoonover kind of thing was feeling good, but then we laid it out. It
I imagine.
did
No,
look
I
as
don't like
good.
the schooner location either.
If there,
But
if there was
something
a
else.
private partnership we could work out with something north, that would be amazing.
God.
Let's do that.
Too far.
Okay.
Boneyard.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Knowing it is the problem.
So we're 1 minute over. Me and Shannon's gonna yell at us. Are we good?
Thank you, Shannon.
We'll be back.
We'll bring it back.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Guys, thanks for coming over.
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
Jay, I think that's something that we could definitely talk about, but in the realms of, you know, do we owe it or not? Do we own it or not? I mean, that's something the council could definitely discuss.
What's that?
Purchasing the postal lot at some point by City Market, using that.
It'll
lot.
only take 10 years or so.
You know what,
Dylan, we got an email that Julie was running a few minutes late, but Dylan is here. We could start with Dylan.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Hey, Dylan,
Hey, Julie's running a few minutes late, but come on down if you want to just.
legislative stuff real quick then? If you want, do you want to wait for Julie?
Yeah, do you prefer to wait for Julie?
I think she would prefer that.
Okay. No, not at all. Let's run through legislative because that.
Worried
that
about
won't
what you,
take that-
our legislative stuff, not yours.
Not yours.
What-
But have-
Grab a seat right there and we'll, yeah.
Okay, planning commission decisions. For the 5th of December, anybody have anything?
I wish I could do one more call up for you.
Well, I don't know what's going on. I could be here for a while.
But I don't.
I definitely have some thoughts on this whole vestibule thing that.
Let's have a quick discussion about that, because I think your thoughts are important.
Look, let me just make it really simply, the vestibule thing has to be location by location. And if anybody's interested in doing it, I think it's important that we allow, tiny bits of density through town to allow businesses to be more sustainable by putting a vestibule in. But they have to be permanent. I think
Yeah.
for instance, at our place, we have 2 doors now. We originally had an inner door. And I had a long battle over the course of a full year to get a set of doors 6 feet away from that back set of doors. It really shouldn't be that hard. It's a 6x4 enclosure, whatever that density is. Newbecker was here at the time and it was a struggle to get the town to okay it. I think we should, I love to blame Newbecker. I think we should allow some latitude to the planning department, not necessarily the commission, but the planning department to class D some of these things up to a certain amount that you can grab some density as long as you're building a permanent structure that creates a vestibule. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's it helps sustainability. It also helps customer service. I mean, I think I think we do need to, some of this connected, some isn't. We need to look at the awnings, the advertising, all of that piece of it, and some of the, I mean, I just saw another wood structure on a back deck that is about to be covered, and, you know, I think we need to address some of that where we're capturing, you know, because it could be, this could be abused into that, is why I think that both of them,
Well,
so.
and the second part of this is to solve this thing with retail stores leaving their doors open. If you can create a situation where you can leave one set of doors open and have an interior set of doors, I mean, you talked to, we had this discussion years ago about crafting legislation to make people keep their doors shut, and it didn't go anywhere. There was a lot of pushback because retailers will tell you that nobody comes in their store if their doors are closed, which I don't.
Part of the challenge is a lot of those are zero lot lines on
are.
the sidewalk.
They are.
There's nothing you can do with that. You know, but yes, I'm generally supportive. I hate to do this to Julia.
She
probably
loves
does-
this stuff.
or wherever, but I think we really need to also tackle some of the temporary structures that become permanent, and the awnings with, you know, with advertisements, which I had at Mikasa, and, you know, all of the other, you know, stuff like that, because this is gonna be a foot in the door to start doing some of that stuff, or continue doing some of that, but the general vestibules, I'm 100% supportive of.
Kelly? Yep.
I think, yeah, it depends on the location, and like in your case, you didn't really have to add density. And I think in common sense situations like that, our code could be more flexible and working with the property owner or business. But I think there are some situations that we'd want parameters, especially in the historic district.
Yeah. I think the devil's advocate argument is on the historic structures. Putting a permanent structure attached to a historic structure kind of compromises the historic nature of it. And where the temporary structures are temporary and can restore the historic building to what it was easily. You know, and I take that, you know, verbatim from Mark's mouth. And because we had this discussion, as we just removed our vestibule, our temporary vestibule from the COVID time. And we understand that there is, you know, there is idiosyncrasies, that this is not going to be one full swoop that's going to apply to everyone. There's zero lot lines. There's others that are set back. There are historic buildings. There's non-historic buildings in the historic district. And so look forward to discussing it further.
Cool. All right. Let's move on to legislative review. We got the 2023 budget appropriation.
That's what you were gonna chime in.
Yeah, but
He said he won. Picked up on that.
Noon.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Council. We're here for the final 2023 budget appropriation, as we're in December. And as we did a year ago, this is recommended by our auditor that we need to do, which we analyze all of the funds spend on a year-to-date perspective after we close the books for November, which has been done. And then we estimate December's expenses, anything that we think we need to cover as an appropriation to cover a full year spend. That's what we have in front of you today. So we have a few funds that we need to cover to make sure we've got the approval for the budget for the full year. And Tracy's going to go through those, and I'll add any color or questions as needed.
Color man. Best color man in the financial business.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm going to go through with some more details of what's already in your packet, talk through the appropriations that really cover revenue, expenditures and restrictions. So starting with the first one for the healthcare fund, we are asking for appropriation for 2023 in the sum of $750,000. This is primarily because of our variable costs have come in higher than what we had budgeted. The original budget was 3.15 million. We are considering the extra 750, which really is due to the overage of reimbursements for providers' prescriptions and like reimbursements for HSA programs rather. So we're looking to come in around about 750 over budget. So that's what the healthcare fund is for.
We do have favorable stop loss reimbursement revenue in 2023 as well. We didn't add that to this appropriation because our employee premiums are running under, because we've been understaffed. So all we really see here is the expense. Last year, we spent about 600 grand in the month of December. So we fudged it up a little bit. It's hard to predict, but that's just our best guess.
Excellent.
So moving on to the parking and transportation fund, the request for 500,000 is for contracted services, and that's because the original budget that we had entered for interstate parking management was understated. We have an expense of around about 120,000 every month for interstate, and we only budgeted about 938,000 in this area, which included some other contracted services. So if you take the interstate parking fee for the annual fee, it really comes out to 144,000. So that 500,000 is really the shortfall that we had an error in the original budget.
I thought it was their error.
That'd be
I was hoping.
It was ours.
You want to add anything?
No, there's no
You good?
color. It's what it is.
All right. Okay, so moving on to special projects fund, the ask for grand 21,000 is for the expense that was incurred to fix the Paley sculpture, and the 100,000 is for the grant for the Summit County Rescue that was paid out in the summer. For housing, I want to talk a little bit first about the expense, and then we'll go into the restrictions. For the expense, it really falls into three different areas. We're requesting an increase of 300,000 for the Housing Helps Program. This is where we're assisting people for purchasing properties that we split that cost with Summit County government. This is really more of an accounting adjustment. When the original budget was done, they took the revenue that they're expecting from Summit County Gov and netted it off against expenditures, which is not appropriate in accounting. It does have to get recognized as revenue. So the 300,000 ask is really for that kind of accounting adjustment. We're asking for 1.6 million for the capital spend on building projects, and that's primarily for stables. This is expenditures that we thought were going to come in 2024. It's been completed and has been invoiced a little earlier in 2023. So that's really a move of 1.6, just shifting up a year. The other part of the capital spend, which comes into an amount of 1.8 million, is really more of an accounting adjustment, where we had on our balance sheet assets held for resale in the amount of 1.8 million for 4 properties that really are not properties that are going to be for that resale kind of presentation. They're going to be capitalized, and at year end, when we go to do our adjustments, they will be put on the balance sheet and depreciated rather than held for a resale. With those changes, it does also impact our restrictions. So let me just quickly run through the 4 restriction adjustments that we have. The first one is for the Alta Verde loan, Alta Verde 1 loan. We did have originally 4.65 million as a restriction. It does need to get trued up to really what we have in our ledger, which is a balance of 3.65. So that adjustment of 1 million is because we had a DOLA adjustment that occurred earlier this year. The second restriction adjustment is for Alta Verde 2 loan, where we had it originally on our books at 8.1 as a restriction. The loan that we really have is slightly over 4 million. So this adjustment is because the original value was incorrect. Plus we had a receivable loan adjustment that occurred this summer of 1 million too. 1 million as well, I should say. The next one is for the Pinewood 2 loan. It was originally on our restricted for slightly over 6 million. We did get a loan payment this summer, reducing the loan by about $55,000. So that's going to take that restriction down. And the last restriction adjustment is for the assets held for resale, what I just spoke about earlier on, because we're moving the value of those properties off the books for those 4. We also have a much higher inventory coming into year end than what we had anticipated. So where we had the restriction at only 1.25 million, we're really going to be taking it to 2.97 million, which reflects the properties that are truly held for resale that are still in inventory at the end of December. All in all, this is going to place the housing fund in a little bit of a deficit. So we have to do a transfer from the excise fund to the housing fund to keep the housing fund in the black. It's only going to be about 338,000 that we have to transfer from excise to housing to keep that in good standing. And the last appropriation is for the golf fund. We're just requesting 50,000, and that's to hold up the Pro Shop merchandise that had a little overspend. And that was primarily because we had a change in logo. So there was much higher purchase of inventory.
A proposed change in logo.
Yeah, that is, God knows.
Just go rub and salt.
And that's brutal.
More inventory going into 2024. So our expenditures next year should be considerably less.
Last comment on the housing is, as we said, when we did the budget, we'll do the transfer to housing for 24 at the end of the 24, because there's a lot of variability during the year. A lot of the resale will sell in 24. The restrictions will go down. So hopefully we won't have to transfer as much into housing in 24 based upon that. So it's just timing.
It's because of the stop loss reimbursement.
You write that down.
I did.
Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you.
They could help us with that. house.
We're going to ask them for some money right now.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, without further ado, Madam Speaker and the Senator. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, and I apologize for
Appreciate
being
it.
late.
You're a busy woman. We totally understand.
Forgive me. Hello, hello.
Thank you for the invite.
We're psyched to have you here, and we're so thankful to what you've been doing for us and the help you gave us, in particular on the land use legislation and the tussle with the governor's office. And I know it cost you, it cost you dearly. So thank you for everything you did for all the mountain towns, really.
A tussle is a kind way
Well.
of speaking to that engagement over land use. But it pleasure to be here. And Mayor, I'm not sure what you are hoping for from us. I thought it is such an honor to represent Summit County and certainly the town of Breckenridge. And it's terrific to be here just to talk for a little bit about what happened last session and also what has now happened during special session. I hope you're all up to speed with the good work we accomplished over those 4 days. And then, of course, take your questions, really here to listen. I think I hear frequently what the concerns are from this community. This community is so highly engaged. All of you do a great job of reaching out, sharing your perspectives on policy or needs. And I hope that we have been as responsive as you would like for us to be on any of those issues. Last session, which ran from January through May, 120 days of pure tussle, included significant policy progress. We introduced 611 bills, 474 of those were signed into law. Housing and healthcare and childcare continue to be the driving expense challenges that families are facing. So affordability and cost of living were top of mind for us and a lot of the policy that we tackled. The good senator has been such a champion for affordable housing these past few years, using one-time state dollars as well as ARPA and COVID relief dollars. You know, it's really exciting to see Breckenridge take advantage of some of those new programs and grant funding. And certainly we see it all over the county and our districts respectively. I think it's important to note that as a session, there was, I think housing probably led the day in the number of renters bills as well as affordable housing or how do we get more sticks in the ground? How do we build more housing? How do we increase inventory, and trying to solve for that problem? But as I've talked with many of you, there were also a lot of concerns, the impacts on our workforce and what more can we do to both recruit, retain, train, upskill, reskill, next skill our workforce. We hear those cries from the mountain communities, the rural resorts, and recognize that, yes, there's cost of living factors, but there's also a lack of qualified talent, folks that are coming here with the skills that we need and signing up for the jobs that we have. Finally, special session to talk a little bit about the governor's call to us. Extraordinary sessions happen very rarely, and they usually happen in response to an emergency or a crisis. On the heels of the failure of Proposition HH and our efforts to reduce property taxes, the special session was convened to reduce property rates and provide more relief for our low-income, hardworking people and families. So rent relief, the earned income tax credit, and also talking about the summer food program that we provide in our schools during the school year, but how can we qualify to get some federal funding to make sure kids are fed over the summer? And I'm very pleased to say we delivered on all those fronts. A property tax bill that does not use Tabor surplus. People will still get their Tabor refunds. There was so much concern about that. We also did not tap into state reserves. We protected the state's future for an economic downturn or recession. We protected our 15% reserves, which we doubled after the pandemic hit. We were only at 7.25% before. And that reserve was really important to us. We will see at 1.3 million Coloradans get a bigger Tabor refund because we made that refund the same uniform across the board. EITC, we doubled the earned income tax credit for hardworking, low-income people and families. We have a lot of confidence that those dollars go right into paying for that rent or housing, covering childcare, covering healthcare. So we're really confident that that 183 million will make a difference. And then maybe most importantly, and all of you should care about this, there was a commission that was convened through legislation to tackle the long-term solution for property tax in this state, because a long-term proposal came forward in Proposition HH that was not supported by voters. We still have a problem and we need to address it. So that commission convenes next week. Commissioner Tamara Pogue will be serving to represent mountain rural resorts as counties, mountain rural resort counties on that commission. There are 19 members and they will start next week and have to deliver something by March 1st. So fast timeline. Yeah. And happy to provide updates on their work along the way if any of you have questions or want to weigh in. So again, such a joy to be here, a pleasure to represent all of you down at the Capitol, an honor and a privilege, and certainly an honor and a privilege to serve as speaker in trying to deliver on all the good things we need for us here and the entire state. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's great to be here with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who represents Breckenridge and all of us, but also the whole state. And it's so great for Summit County and the Western Slope to have her in that position. And we work very closely on a lot of different things. So it's a privilege, and it's also an honor to represent you all in the state Senate. And I want to thank you, for your engagement over this past legislative session that the speaker went over, and I'm sure will be continued engagement as we go into this next year. My Senate district includes 41 municipalities, and I can confidently say that I hear from Breckenridge definitely in the top 3 or 5 of those municipalities, which no, and I honestly
really,
but I value it, and certainly hope to hear from all of the municipalities in Senate District 8, but I do genuinely value your perspective because, often we pass laws at the state legislature, but it's up to you all in city government and county government to implement them. And so it's important that we have your feedback and your input. The speaker gave a great overview of what happened over the course of the last session and the special session. So I thought I'd maybe just give a quick preview of some hot items or big items of discussion as we head into this next session. And then, of course, we'd love to take your questions and your ideas. So as with last session, I think both of our commitment and priorities remain, and a lot of our colleagues in trying to maintain or create affordability, especially in our mountain communities. We want to make sure that the people who call Summit County and the Western Slope home and can continue to live here, to have affordable housing, childcare, healthcare, able to start or continue running a business or be employed by our important employers like our schools and law enforcement agencies. And so housing definitely comes to the top of that list, and I think is connected to most of the affordability issues we have in our communities. And you mentioned the land use bill from last year that didn't pass. Those topics that were contained in that bill are very much still alive, both coming from the governor's office, but also individual legislators. And I think an overall drive to do more on affordable housing. And the speaker noted some of the great work we've already done, including allocating hundreds of millions of dollars in grant funding to local communities like Breckenridge. The Justice Center project was a recipient of multi-million-dollar grant from the state to help that project move forward. And we want to continue doing things like that and find new revenue sources to help projects get off the ground. But the concept about planning and zoning and rules related to housing development are certainly still top of mind for a lot of people. And so Senate Bill 213 from last year is, from what we know, is being broken up into several different bills. So rather than doing it all in one large bill, let's take it topic by topic. And I think in most of the topics, also removing some of the mandates. A lot of that bill was very mandate driven, in that this will happen. And I think we've seen in Colorado with housing and other topics that incentives work very well, financial incentives, as well as other types of incentives. And so I think that's what you'll see more coming from those topics. The speaker and I have been working on one part of that bill, which I think was the least controversial part of Senate Bill 213, but I think really important. And that's the part of it around planning and doing housing needs assessments for the state, for regions, and for municipalities. And so, I'm working on drafting a bill with the governor's office to create funding to help every municipality update their housing needs assessment if they have one, or do one if they haven't done one before, and then empower DOLA, to the Department of Local Affairs, to do regional assessments and a statewide assessment, so that we aren't just doing town by town, but we can really look holistically at Summit County, or the Vail Valley, or the Roaring Fork Valley, or the I-25 corridor on the Front Range, and make strategic goals about how we meet our housing needs in those regions. So more to come on that, but that's kind of the big one that the speaker and I are working on. And also working on a bill in the housing and affordability space that was an idea brought forward by Summit County through the county process. There'll be a bill that will allow counties and municipalities to create property tax rebate programs to incentivize things like long-term rentals instead of short-term rentals, to give that landowner a property tax rebate, or incentivize childcare facilities to open up, or mental health facilities, types of businesses or entities or behaviors that you want to incentivize with property tax rebates. So looking forward to moving that bill forward. And then the other big topics will continue to be, I think, from a municipal perspective, is always the tension between local control and state mandates on a variety of issues, whether it's housing or tax policy or anything like that. But some highlights just for the general public. We hope, or we plan this year, to finally buy the budget stabilization factor all the way to zero in the education space, and fully fund K-12 education. So that's exciting. And then also looking for ways to improve things like our transportation budget and fund better, more projects within CDOT. And then the speaker and I are also very focused on water policy, which of course is important to our outdoor recreation economy and our overall environment and our agriculture producers. We're following the work of the Colorado River Drought Task Force, which was created through a bill we passed last year. They just voted on some ideas last week, and we'll be preparing their final report this week, and hope to move forward some significant water policy that can help Colorado prepare for what we know will be a continuing drought and dry summers in the future. So those are just a few of, I could talk for another hour about all the different ideas I've heard from colleagues and in the media, but definitely want to hear from you all about some things that you have heard about or ideas that you have for us. So thanks.
Awesome. Questions?
I should add quickly, a huge thanks to all of you who both organized and participated in the housing tour.
Oh, yes.
Mayor, you were a great host. Those of you that participated and helped organize that, that really did help both of us with some street cred. Created an environment for creative discussion. You have been such leaders in innovative solutions to the housing crisis. And I think for our colleagues, it was really good to see all of that in action. So thank you. Appreciate that partnership.
Thanks for making it happen. Honestly, it was really important to get some of those people up there. It would have been a shame if we couldn't have done that.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
We couldn't have gotten those people without you guys' help, so thank you.
Yeah, we really are just so fortunate to have both of you as lawmakers that are so efficient. First, we know you're going to listen to us and you're going to take that information and we're going to be heard at the Capitol. As the session gets underway and things are just so fluid and there are so many voices out there, we know your constituency and you listen to our voices, but often we feel like we're drowned out by that front range voice. So as the session gets underway, what's the best way to reach out to you all?
Well, I'm sure you all have our emails, but I think most of you probably have our cell phones too. And sometimes I've taken.
Right?
Yes. So, yeah, any way to reach out. Obviously, some things become very time sensitive, like we're stepping into a committee in 30 minutes to take a vote. You need to get a message in that, appropriate to call or text message, or if you want to schedule a meeting about an idea that's a few days off, email is great too.
All of that. And certainly if you don't hear back from us right away, I will say I'm overwhelmed with the number of texts I often receive. So please text again or just call. Don't give up on us. It's not a reflection on you. It's usually just the volume that we're trying to handle.
You can put a block on so that some people can't text you.
We wish we could. But unfortunately we cannot and will not.
Do you think there'll be some movement on property taxes, taxing STRs, property tax as a business?
So I'll begin.
Please.
Long before Gallagher was repealed, there were conversations at the Capitol about taxation of short-term rentals. And when I was first elected in 2019, I was junior to some of those conversations that had been going on for so long. And there is a bill that moved through committee this year, a bill that I think has been a part of those annual conversations, trying to find a balance in how short-term rentals should be treated. The bill that came forward as a draft and really has to start at the beginning of the process now come January. Even though it went through a committee, it starts all over come January. This bill proposes that short-term rentals, not for a primary residence, only for a secondary residence, be taxed at a higher rate, coming in at the commercial rate, if it is rented out more than 90 days. 90 days is the starting point in the bill. I have talked with both of the bill sponsors. I've certainly received a lot of feedback about that proposal and a lot of concern from short-term rental homeowners. And I think there are discussions to be had. The bill has not yet been shared here in our community in a town hall or a group dialogue. I anticipate that will be happening. The bill sponsors I know are talking with a number of groups to be sure that they are hearing about what the impacts might be if days are set and if the taxation rate comes in at the commercial level, just around 29%. Anything to add?
No, that's a good summary. The bill being introduced as an interim committee bill is certainly just a first step. And so imagine a lot of discussion and, potential amendments that might change the key points of that bill. And certainly there's a lot of opposition out there, but there's also a lot of support. So I think we're just kind of working through that, and the sponsors are open to that feedback. And so we've been relaying that to them. Yeah.
Knowing what you know about the machinery of state government, what would you place the odds of something passing at? Is this a super long shot, or
Yeah,
something will get done?
I will offer that the bill as it stands today, I would have a hard time supporting, and I think there are too many discussions yet, and what may come forward could be yet a third rail, another idea. One of the questions I've had for the bill sponsors is we have so many municipalities, counties that have taken action to create their own local ordinance, and they're certainly instituting fees for licenses, permits, whatever it is, and such a myriad of approaches. And I am a bit concerned of layering this taxation over that local control. So I think a lot more work has to be done. And for all those listening and short-term rental homeowners out there, I think there's a lot of anger, and I certainly want to calm the waters to say this is a process, and we want engagement, but we want respectful and civil engagement. We want people to come to the table with ideas. I talk to a lot of short-term rental homeowners who understand there are impacts. We want that balance. We want to achieve the right. Our tourist economy needs short-term rentals. We know they're important. We don't want to, stomp them out with a ridiculous tax increase, but we also need to figure out how we manage the impacts to community, and something you've talked about, Mayor, that livability, making sure our neighborhoods are still neighborhoods and livable, and not, lodging for tourists. So tough conversation, much more to come.
Thank you.
I have a question about the land use bill. And so I'm just wondering how best to get the governor to hear us about the live work deed restriction. And it just seems like such an obvious part of moving forward with workforce housing that he would allow that deed restriction. So I guess I'm struggling with how do we get that information in a meaningful way to him? Because I feel like we've, talked to his staff over and over about if you just build more units here, it's just going to be more rentals for ski visitors. And so how do we make that a positive conversation that has to be a part of the land use bill that moves forward?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I know we had those conversations during the bill last year, and the bill as it passed the Senate Local Government Committee. We had worked on amendments, and both of you, the mayor and Councilwoman Owens, were instrumental in sort of creating that rural resort section of the bill, which said if as long as a municipality is doing a certain at least 5 things from this menu of affordability options, then the mandates wouldn't come into place in that municipality. And I think deed restrictions were one of the options in the menu. So that I think was a good landing place. I can't imagine we would go in a different, in a more mandate direction than that. But as I said earlier, I don't even think the bills are going to look like that really. I think the housing needs assessment bill that we're working on obviously wouldn't preclude those types of affordability tools in a municipality. I think the ones that are more about development specifically, there would likely be a bill about accessory dwelling units, likely to be a bill about density around transit, and in things like that. I know Breckenridge has an ADU program already, and I think that would be an interest for both of us to continue telling the governor's office about the programs in place. And I agree. I think allowing everybody to build an ADU in a place like Breckenridge wouldn't do anything to solve our workforce housing issues. It'd probably make it worse. And so there should be some level of recognition of the program you already have in place. But you know, just because you talked about it last year, it's kind of like, you know, everything starts anew when the calendar turns over. So we will have to keep telling those stories and getting that voice out there.
Okay. So no new way, just keep doing it.
Keep doing it.
I mean, you all, I think you have great relationships with the folks in the governor's office because of your advocacy last year. So that certainly won't go away. And I think you should hopefully feel comfortable contacting them again.
Okay.
Yeah.
I echo all the appreciation. I mean, you guys representing us and being so available to us is incredible. I'd like to just add, your advocacy for small business is phenomenal, both of you. It's you know, these rural resort communities are made up of small business people. And, you know, some of the bills that we saw last session, I'm assuming we'll see them again this session. Could have really made it tough for small business to operate, and really support really appreciate your support around you know, advocating for small business as well in a moderate way. And our workforce, I mean, the moderate approach was phenomenal.
I want to thank you. My disappointment with our property tax bill is that we couldn't provide more relief for small businesses. We were trying to figure that out at the 11th hour and we could not get there. I am confident you will see an approach with the Property Tax Commission. We have, I think there's a real commitment to, especially for a smaller business. I do want to emphasize one bill that I failed to mention, which is a really hot topic in this community, and that is property insurance. We did pass a bill, the FAIR Plan, that will provide baseline coverage for a private residence if they cannot find property insurance because of wildfire threats. In the state of Colorado. The board begins this January. The plan should be in place in the next year for private homeowners to purchase. But the crisis is now facing our lodges, our large condo complexes. We're hearing astronomical increases in property tax, 1,500% from someone in a lodge owner in this community. I mean, that is untenable. And so the next step, I believe, is for us to spend a little bit of time of figuring out how we continue to incentivize property insurers to stay in the state, the providers, making sure the carriers don't leave, as we've seen in California. We also know that there is a real crisis in the reinsurance market, particularly in Florida. So we are evaluating what do we do in our state to protect property owners. But I am concerned. I'm sure you've heard from the lodges here in Breckenridge what their rates are, and some of it is just overwhelming, frightening. So on our list, I hope to bring a bill forward. I'll keep you in the loop.
Great. Thank you.
Speaker McCluskey, Senator Roberts, thank you so much for being here. It's such an honor to be able to speak with you. You mentioned about fully funding our schools, and it's been the last few years, especially, it's been very hard negotiating with the BS factor and the negative factor, and seeing that get taken away has been very helpful. Our schools are still funded way below the average, you know, at 11,000 or under 11,000 per pupil. We're half of some other states that are in the country with the cost of living that the state has. I was just wondering if there's anything else that maybe we can look forward to the future of being able to help educate our children and not have these really difficult decisions to make on whether to fix a facility or get a bus or be able to pay the teachers. And these trade-offs are been very, very difficult on our school system.
I so appreciate that comment, Jay. As many of you know, I spent my working life in Summit School District, and top of my list was fully fund schools. We will pay off the BSF this year. That's another $140 million that will go to our schools. I hope it goes exactly where it needs to, into classrooms, to make sure every kid is learning. Proposition HH had a really powerful component. It was lifting the Tabor cap by 1% to allow the state to keep a little bit more money that would have gone into the state ed fund. That was $1 billion in the next 10 years. And we did not I am sad that Proposition HH failed for a number of reasons, but I think my greatest heartache is that that part of that measure would have been a game changer for schools in this state. In our current situation, the 140 million is a big commitment, and it will mean that other priorities in the state will not be funded. So protecting that investment and our commitment to that investment is key. We also led a school finance review this year. Every year, we have put $30 to $35 million to rural schools. Summit School District qualifies as a rural school district. And we've done it every year saying, this is one time because we can't commit to it for next year, which means it didn't end up in salaries. It ended up in equipment or the occasional stipend or bonus for a teacher, but not ongoing. And I am committed to making sure we move that money into the formula, that we increase it so that small, rural, remote districts get more money. And for as tough as things are here, and I really commend district leadership and our teachers for coming together and providing the salary increases that they did this year. I will tell you that in different parts of our state, more poor, more rural parts of our state, buildings are crumbling. This community came together and has passed multiple mill levies, bond initiative to fund our schools in far better ways than so many other communities cannot. And at the state level, while I certainly want to see more money come to Summit County, I'm desperate for more money to go to the San Luis Valley for poor parts of our state where kids, don't have music programs anymore or art programs, right? Or the building isn't warm in the winter because they haven't had a boiler replacement, whatever it might be. So thank you for lifting up public education. Certainly my heart and passion, and anxious to see us do better. And I think the only way will ultimately be to go to the voters to try again to see if we can drive sustainable ongoing funding for our public schools.
Thank you.
Are there other pieces of legislation that you all are excited to sponsor? And I guess on the communication side, if there's ever anything where our voice weighing in could help anything, of course, we'd love to support you in your initiatives.
Well, for all the goat farmers in Breckenridge, we are carrying a raw milk bill this year. I'm really excited about it. And there's a lot ahead. I do think there's a lot on the waterfront, which is important to this community in a bigger approach. But yeah, I'm happy to keep you all in the loop and try to send you regular updates, and please reach out to us.
Base of HH, I think it would have passed because you explained more in those couple of sound bites about what HH was going to do than anyone else did. It was so poorly. It's such a shame that it was just mishandled.
I really appreciate that feedback. I heard that from numerous folks in our communities who support public education, who want to see property tax relief, and Prop HH was just too hard to understand. It was too complicated. It was great policy. It was a bad ballot measure. Just didn't translate well. I do need to circle back. I know we're over time. The short-term rental bill as it stands today, would you want that? Would you support that?
It's hard to say. We haven't really discussed it as a group, but it would depend on, we're in a fairly good position right now, barring any major lawsuits or anything that would change what we're doing. But where we are right now is pretty good. We've got good money for housing. It would really depend, because I feel like a council that's as connected to the community as we are would want to give some relief from some of those programs, but we also wouldn't want to give relief from those fees to the, without knowing what the backfill would be for the property tax. Had the property tax happened 10 years ago, it would have solved all of our issues. If it had been a true commercial tax on those properties, you wouldn't have had the blow up in STRs that caused us to do what we did. Things went along fine for a long time until, it just blew up to the point that we had to take some action. So at this point, I don't know what we would support. You know, a 90-day thing is weird. We have,
Yeah,
we-
remember at MMC, there was some brief discussion
Yeah.
with the other managers and mayors last week.
and we all
The
thought
90-day was a big.
it's a
they're
big
like,
deal for us. I mean, it's either zero or, you know, you can't, I mean, the enforcement piece is really difficult for small towns. So, you know, what's 90 days? 90 days becomes 100 days or 110 days. And, you know, is your neighbor going to narc you out? I mean, where does this all go? So it's pieces like that that we don't, you know, it's hard to say.
But
As it is right now, I don't think I would.
Well, I mean, I think I agree with everything that Eric just said. I will say what makes it a little bit more complicated is that the town of Breckenridge is so small. And, you know, like Silver Shekel, Peak 7, our local neighborhoods don't have the same short-term rental regulation that Breckenridge has put in place. And the county, you know, allows a lot more days, and they do have regulation, but it's very different. And so I think, like, coming from the same standpoint of looking at it community-wide, I think it could be something that we should look more closely at. And so it's just really hard to tell at this
Yeah.
point.
Incredibly complicated. And with our own short-term rental regs, what we ended up doing is recognizing the importance of that bed base in certain areas. So also, what would this bill do to properties like Beaver Run or places where we do want our visitor bed base?
The important thing about the conversation, though, is the realization that those are commercial uses in residential neighborhoods. I think that's an important, just whether anything gets done or not, there's discussion about that fact that, you know, you can't put a nightclub in somebody's house. You can't put a automotive garage in somebody's house. You know, so when people say that you're infringing on my rights to do whatever the hell I want to do with my property, that's not necessarily true. So I like the fact that there is that growing realization in the state that that is a commercial use in a residential neighborhood.
To that point, one of the arguments the bill sponsors are making in favor of the bill, and I'm curious if you see this, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but that STRs by their nature use more resources, whether it's strain on the water and sanitation system, on law enforcement, on other community needs that is a municipal government or special district responsibility. Do you see that in a deficit in funding to pay for that increased need?
Yeah, I think so. And for us, it comes down to housing
Yeah.
for workforce. For things like the Sand District, you know, the Sand District proved in front of a judge that STRs should be charged at a higher rate because of their use of the Sand District, you know, system. So, you know, there is water there. I mean, there's a host of things. One of the problems with what I think we started off with this, and it came down to a neighbor telling on another neighbor about trash parking and noise. It is unfair to anybody that lives in a neighborhood that they now have to be a policeman because somebody's going to put or have a commercial property in their neighborhood. So I think that's a big part of it that's unquantifiable. You know, people will only call the hotline so many times before they're just frustrated. Or you get a neighbor that's just a jerk that just calls all the time because he doesn't like you. So, you know, there are both sides of that coin too. So to quantify some of this stuff is difficult, but I think that's an accurate depiction of what these do to neighborhoods and communities.
And maybe Rick could share the Nexus study that we've done and several other resort communities that have done that do assign a numerical
That is
value
the
to the
nexus.
input. That is
Yeah,
the.
that is a nexus. I
Mhm.
mean, the STRs create, that's how we justify the fee
Mhm.
that allows us to use for workforce housing, because I mean, you have those people here and they're here because they want to go to restaurants and they want to shop, and you need to hire people and they need a place to live in order to do that. And so that Nexus study is basically being, you know, just copied by and doing it in many of our resort areas right now.
And I agree with everything being said, but the complicating factor is we don't have a lot of hotel rooms. So we really rely on short-term rentals. So it kind of goes to that zone, you know, kind of how we approached our caps in terms of zones, you know, because those short-term rental condo complexes at the base of the ski area kind of are what they are and replace our hotels, you know, so we're treating them on an equal playing field as a single family home in a neighborhood. You know, they both get a short-term rental license, but they're very different animals. So it's a complicated issue, particularly in a community like ours that really doesn't have much of a hotel base. We really rely on these individually owned short-term rental units.
I certainly hear that and understand that short-term rentals are a part of our economy. We need them and we need their availability. The timeshare question has come up. The condo hotel, like a Beaver Run, has come up. Yeah, there is more work to be done. So really appreciate that feedback, though. Helpful.
Anything else? We know you're busy. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks for having us.
We're so
And
proud to have the two of you representing us.
Absolutely.
And in our.
Cannot say that enough.
It's a real love fest.
It really is.
and is it true, Town Manager Holman, that you are leaving?
Yeah, retired.
Careful.
This is my last meeting.
Spring, congratulations. I had heard a whisper of that, so.
Just a whisper.
Yeah, thank you for your service and partnership. You've been a tremendous ally to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
You know how to get a hold of us. Yeah.
Quick
Thanks.
5 minutes. Back in session, ordinance to approve lease renewal for US Bank, first reading.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Before you is a revised version of the lease agreement with US Bank. Essentially, it's a 3-year deal or a 2-year deal with an annual one additional option for them to extend it. We talked about operational costs to your question last time, Dick, and basically the common area maintenance and insurance are included under it's based on the square footage of the lease space per the overall building. So that's where that number is.
So it's a gross number.
No, it's a net.
It's a net. So
But it is, you asked about the base, right? And
yeah,
so it's 34 square foot and then it runs around 10. Additional $10 a square foot.
so 34
Okay.
plus 10.
Yeah.
That's a good rate.
It's really a double net since there's no property tax.
True. True.
It's here for first reading if you all want to.
Excellent. Questions? Other questions for Scott? No? All right. Thank you. We have a charter amendment, election commissioner term, first reading.
Mayor, Council, tonight on your agenda, we have 2 proposed charter amendments. The first one is related to the terms of your election commissioners. In the memo, it looks like Shannon and Helen prepared this for you because the proposal came from Helen working with the commission and the desire to have, the experience continue on from, 2 years to 4 year. This one I think is pretty straightforward. So if you have any questions, let me or Helen or Shannon know.
Questions? Nope. One for first reading. The second one is board and commission appointee qualifications, also for first reading.
Yes, this one, there is a desire to create a little more opportunity for candidates as well as help with recruitment for some of our advisory boards. So the proposal here is to strike some of the prescriptive language in the charter that mandates that appointees to boards and commissions be registered electors and residents. It's really important to point out this will not change charter created boards like planning commission or the election commissioners that we just talked about. The idea here is to, if this ballot measure were to pass, that we would propose to council an ordinance to create some criteria in the municipal code. I think that I heard that you may want to have some massage to some of the whereas clauses, which we're prepared to do, and we can add to first reading tonight if that is the will of the body, but you might have questions about this.
Do you want,
Go ahead.
okay, I just had suggested that the first whereas in that, on page 2, it sort of talks about, boards and commissions, having a challenge with, maybe filling that position. And I feel like that's not really the reason we're doing this because we actually have a ton of interest in very qualified people. I think it would be more appropriate and convey more what I would like to say, which is we have a lot of people in this community that are just outside the, legal boundary of the town of Breckenridge that would like to be a little bit more involved. And I see some of these, especially social equity, Breck childcare, and the events committee as being areas where that's a great way for them to have their voices heard. So I would like to
reflects
see.
our community members
Yes.
as opposed to our
Exactly.
boundaries.
Yeah.
The legal boundaries.
So I would just like to see that whereas updated to say something more like that. I don't
Absolutely.
know how, if others support that as well.
I think that makes sense and captures our intent there.
Yeah, we'd like to avail ourselves with the expertise, not confined just to our borders, but.
Other good point.
We did take a stab at redrafting. Kirsten redrafted some language. So
I don't think we saw it, did we?
No, you haven't seen it yet, but we did put copies out
Okay.
before tonight, so the public and you can take a look at the new language, but yeah, I think that's a great point. And we will make that change and you can look at it tonight for first reading.
And outside of that, I think the first charter amendment we talked about is incredibly clear and straightforward, where the ballot language, and there's maybe a little bit of education that needs to go behind that, but it is quite clear, especially with the second one. I think, I mean, within the ballot language, they're not gonna see the whereas, you know?
Yeah.
So I think it's gonna fall on town within what we can do. So to push a little bit of factual education, I think will be important to this passing. I think it's incredibly important that both charter amendments pass, especially the second one where it is our intent to make the Child Care Advisory Committee, the Social Equity Commission permanent. So making sure that the reason that Kelly talked about is communicated to the community, so we have that support to continue.
I totally agree.
Yeah, I would respond to that as well, because we do intend to create a factual summary. There are rules around campaign finance where we have to do pro and con. But I think the permanency and embedding some of these boards that truly are permanent now in our organization is really critical. And I appreciate that you said that, because that's an important point as well as the one that you have as well. So we'll put that together for people to review and push that out as time permits.
Excellent. We're good with these for first reading?
Yeah.
All right, final one is Town Prosecuting Attorney Annual Appointment.
Mayor, council, this is something that we do annually. So Bob Gregory has served as our municipal prosecutor and continues to express interest. There is no change from the prior year other than we are proposing a nominal increase that, though he's not an employee, it's consistent with what we have done for merit for other employees. Shannon did point out that there's like a footer in there that needs to come out. We do have that ability to make minor non-substantive changes, so I will do that after you all are presented with it tonight. But other than that, let me know if you have any other questions.
Yeah. Is he tough on crime?
Is he?
Yeah.
Extreme.
Not like that
No, okay, 'cause that was my platform.
How often do we engage Bob?
Well, that's a good question. I don't always see the municipal court. He's there Wednesdays, half day. But I will say that we're in a new format using Bob a little bit more for enforcement of some of our code compliance, STRs and housing. So that's a new kind of role that he's providing in addition to municipal court, general offenses. Carol, I should say, if you want more specifics, we can get back to you.
I was just curious generally.
I'm sure we can get that information to you.
All right. Manager's report, public projects update.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna start it off. Hi.
Oh, never heard of him.
So per your request, 2 weeks ago, we did look at some other, kind of extending the geographical context of the existing turf fields. And it, as Mayor Mamula pointed out, it quickly became pretty pricey and in our view untenable. So I did want to at least provide you with the drawing that's in there. It's already changed a little bit since then as far as just line layouts, but just so you get an idea of what it's going to look like. We are getting a couple extra fields. We're gaining significant square footage. And I know that 2 weeks ago I think everyone agreed that we should proceed with it, and just wanted to come back and make sure before we sign a contract.
Wanted to
Questions?
mention just, are there questions?
No.
Should have-
No, it doesn't look like it. Go ahead.
Just that, thanks for the kind of comparison to the existing soccer field that's out there, because I know that most of the kids under like U14 use a smaller field than even what we offer over there, which means that these will be adequate for the vast majority of what goes on. So that was really helpful for me.
Yeah. Todd?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. No, I think it looks great.
Kevin, I appreciate you taking the time to kind of walk me through everything you're looking at there. This seems awesome and totally supportive of turfing both fields and proceeding with what you got. Makes sense.
When will we get a price tag?
We're at, the budget's 3 million. Right now, we're at about 2.7. We're hoping that will end up.
You know, and we are reaching out to some of the other communities.
Yes, we're.
Yes.
Plan, yeah.
Yeah. You know anybody?
Well, I think once I'm term limited, maybe I could take the lead on that.
Oh, that'd be awesome. You mean?
We're reaching out to say, why didn't you help?
Yeah. Yeah, will you help? Yeah.
Well, will you help? Yeah. Thanks, Kev.
Thanks.
Shannon?
Take questions on any of the other capital projects that you might have?
You're right there. Who's sitting? That's how you do it. Got any questions on
I
what
thought you did a great job.
that you may or may not have read?
Go into details if you'd like, Mayor, however.
Questions for
That's how you.
Shannon? Anything? All right. Thank you. Mobility. Mobility.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and Rick. No real update. Snow staying service begins on Saturday this weekend. So that's pretty awesome. It's already on us. Saturdays, Sundays, and holiday Mondays, with the exception of Christmas Day and I believe New Year's Day. So yeah, that should be going here pretty quick. Excited for that. And then I've had a few people ask me about the latest Proterra news with our bus company that went bankrupt. As you know, they filed Chapter 11. They have received a bid and they accepted it, and they have been sold to a company called Phoenix Motor Cars. They build electric chassis vans currently, and so they're taking over this transit business. So seems like it's going to be business as usual. We have Proterra on site right now working on our buses, so we're feeling pretty good at the moment with where we're headed. Just wanted to give you that feedback, but the buses in general are working pretty good. We're having some of the hiccups that we would expect out of a brand new platform, but other than that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Matt, remind me how many of those we have? Proterra?
We have 5 total Proterras of our 19 vehicle fleet.
Thanks.
Hey, are you in charge of the app? I'm having trouble with that app.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, is anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell him about it all.
Oh, okay, all right.
He's got a new app in mind.
Oh, you get a yeah.
So while we were sitting here, we just got access to start using testing one particular one that was just a quick load. So it's actually live. I won't divulge too much information yet, but we're chatting with a few different people to kind of work through some process. We're also doing an RFP to make sure we get all the companies out there the opportunity. So
Yeah, I mean, if you when you're testing these apps, it'd be good to run it by an old person.
we will do that.
You volunteer? Yeah, none of these kids, they can figure anything out. Yeah, so anyway,
Matt, does the company that bought Proterra, will they honor a warranty of sorts, or or does that all start from?
Nope, I think everything that we've seen so far, we haven't seen paperwork from them, but I would imagine that the warranties will be taken care of. We got it in writing that they're extending our warranties. They are only for a year anyway with transit buses. But they've extended ours for, I think, 6 months additionally, just for the problems we initially had. So
my legacy.
Hey, Matt, thank you for reaching out to the Move United group, of the Haverford Ski Spectacular. Did you ever hear anything back from them? If they ended up using our bus system, or if they have any feedback on what we could do to encourage? That was the Haverford Ski Spectacular. It was-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every year we do deal with them, and they always do utilize the buses. We do make sure that everything's taken care of outside the buses. Our buses work perfectly for ADA needs, so I don't have any concerns with that.
Okay, great. Yeah, one of the organizers presented to Social Equity, and she seemed a little bit uninformed of the fact that all of our buses are very well equipped and our drivers are educated on how to use that equipment. So I'm just wondering if that group ended up encouraging their participants to use
Yeah.
our.
I'm not
bus
sure that
system.
they didn't reach out to us personally, but we did have them riding the bus, so
We can follow up after.
I'll take a look into it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else for Matt? Thanks. Sustainability.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have no major updates, but I did just want to clarify something I answered Jeffrey last week, and that is to say there will be solar panels on the west facing roof line of the tennis center. I was incorrect.
I asked you that?
You did. You did. But
that's-
happy to take questions on the
good.
update.
No, just congrats, yeah.
Good story.
Green destination. yeah.
It's a big deal.
Great, thank you.
Housing and childcare, nonprofit pilot program, Justice Center.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Good afternoon. What I had put a fairly large packet in or a memo in your packet, and hopefully you had a chance to go through that. We really wanted to discuss the lease up of the Justice Center, and then also this potential pilot program for nonprofits. So since I put my packet in your memo, which was just a few days ago, we did get an update which changes some things in my memo. Apparently, the grant that the county got for $2.5 million did come with some state income testing requirements. We sort of always thought it might, but we were told many times that no, there was no income testing associated with the grant, but turns out that there is. And so that it kind of changes some of the recommendations regarding rental rates. And there was some suggestions in our memo about a priority for people who AMI was really close to the 70%. That will kind of change now that we have mandatory caps for the 50% of the units. So really what changes is I had spelled out some recommended rate rental rates that varied from 70% to 100%. We're still going to be all 70% to 100%, but we'll probably have more priced at 70% and then income tested at 80%. So we have that buffer. So it's just really how we are splitting our units up in terms of the rental prices. So that changes a little bit, but other than that, we're basically asking for sort of your head nod and a couple things that were in the memo. Starting, I'll start with the project name. We did provide several names. Our social equity group, we asked them to give us some names for the project because Mac's been part of our sort of lease up process. And I think Mac gave us about 10 or 15 names that came from the Social Equity Commission. Ran those through GIS. We ended up with 2 names that the county would let us use. One was Larkspur, one was Fremont. Ran that by the county, and the county really liked Larkspur. So, ultimately we have to, agree with the county on what the name is going to be. So I don't know if there's general support for Larkspur or if you would prefer Fremont.
Are you talking Fremont, like the general?
Yeah. Both of these had some association with either Breck history or Breck flora, fauna.
Wasn't he kind of a mass genocide?
I mean, I've read about him and I don't think it was super negative, but he was definitely a person that came in.
I mean, he's better than Mengele, but
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he's one we'd want to associate with one of our buildings.
I'm okay.
Well, I don't like the Larkspur only because that seems to be a Vale Valley name. There's a bunch of Larkspur, Larkburger, Lark stuff over in the Vale Valley, and I was sort of surprised that
Rose to the top.
Larkburger's not as big a deal as it was.
No, but the whole Lark thing seems to be a Vale thing.
I feel like if the Social Equity Committee if that's the name they like, I think we really need.
It's just a flower, right?
We fully discussed
Just a
that
flower,
within committee.
I don't know where Matt came up with them. She said she had vetted them with the group.
Might have been a small subcommittee
Mhm.
as opposed to the full commission.
Like Seth is chomping at the bit right now.
Chantilly.
He just wants Chantilly.
Oh, let's name it Chantilly. Done.
Back to the county with some additional names.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
I don't like it, but
I
that
can live
doesn't.
with it,
Happy with it.
Yeah, let's just make county friends.
Hey,
happy.
we'll just call it
Chantilly.
Yeah, we'll call it Chantilly.
It'll be the secret name.
Yeah.
Rental rates, as I mentioned, they will all be between 70 and 100%. We will have to annually fund this project, because of the debt service associated with it. Jason was talking to the BOCC again today, given this new news about the state mandating income capping on 50% of them. That just made us say, well, let's have 50% of them below 80 and 70% makes sense. So there's a buffer. So that shifted the rates. And so I support them 70 to 100%. We'll figure out the details as we work with the county.
Lori,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just because it's connected in a way, when you had the $318,000 of annual cost, can you give some context to that number? Is that the cost to us? Is that the cost after we collect the rental rates at what you said? And is that split between the county and the town, or can you just?
Yeah, after, because we do have a debt service on this property, after we collect the rents, that we had initially proposed, we would have been about $650,000 short. So the town and the county each had to bring about 318,000. If we adjust the rent slightly, I think we'll still be super close to that 318 because we're lowering some down to 70, but as a percentage, we're also increasing some to 100. So I think it might go to about 372,000 each entity bringing. And what's driving the deficit really is the high debt service and, cost of operating this project. I mean, we're going to have utility bills, which may be high. You've got management fees. It just adds up. It's
managing it? Is it
we ended up talking to two potential managers and settled on quorum.
Yeah.
They just had the better team ready to jump in with lots of Spanish speaking people to help people through the process. Whereas the other finalists just didn't have they weren't set up really yet to do something of this size.
So we'll be sub 400,000, $370,000 per year in perpetuity.
Well, the debt service only goes on
30
20 years. I think it's a COP for 20 years. So, after that, then it does cash flow because you're not having to pay, a lot of money to cover your COP. And it's not that different from here on Landing. Here on Landing, we definitely offset a lot more of the debt service with the revenue and the rents. Basically, it's about half of the operating expenses are covered with rents at here on Landing. Here, it's not nearly as much, just because the debt service is so much higher.
Thank you.
Yeah. So basically 80 and 100% AMI rental rates is what we're shooting for. And we're going to be finalizing the details with the county. We actually meet tomorrow because after we talk to you, we wanted to get right back to the county and get going on our lease up process. The more information we provide, the better. So we had questions about the lottery and the lease up priorities. We no longer are going to prioritize 70, 80% AMI incomes because now it's required. The extra lottery ticket for applicants who have lived in Summit County for at least 2 years seems to have support from the county and from you all last time we talked. We asked the county to also include an extra lottery for applicants employed in the Upper Blue, like we talked about last time, and they were supportive of that. Then the pilot program for nonprofits is something we definitely wanted to talk with you about. We started talking with Summit Foundation back in the spring, I think it might have been. And then we recently did a nice lunch and learn with a lot of the nonprofits. The room was full and lots of good questions, but our needs assessment does say that, it is super important that we try to, in some way prioritize what we would call essential workers. Which nonprofits are eligible. I think we want to work out with the Summit Foundation. I mean, I think that some are obvious. They're the essentials. They're the teachers, obviously emergency services. We had talked about maybe it being larger nonprofits, not just a really small nonprofit. It would have kind of the legacy nonprofits that we have in our community. So I think we can work that out with Jeannie and figure out a process to select some nonprofits if you're comfortable setting some aside.
Lori, I have given this a lot of thought, and it's not that I don't want to help every single nonprofit in our community, but there's so few units, 4 to 6 units. And we have so many nonprofits. I mean, everything from Health and Human Services to HC3 to all the kids program, lacrosse, soccer, all the nonprofits. So I think my preference would be that we would do something in the Health and Human Services realm. I don't know how others feel about that, but I think there are not enough units for this to just be arbitrarily. I mean, it can't, I guess what I feel is it can't just go to arts and potentially arts organizations. That seems like either we have to include everybody or just Health and Human Services. I don't know how others feel about that.
And we could deal with the number too. I don't know, if 5 or 6 or 3 is the right number too.
Yeah.
What was the original proposal?
Well, this says in here, it says,
I can read it. Human services, youth programs, mental health, and potentially arts organizations. Essential services obviously would around emergency services, but I think it's the arts organization that seems to be the one that
it
is
kind of
that
tips the
essential.
scales to being kind of open to everyone. I don't know how others feel about that.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think limiting it to Health and Human Services that captures behavioral health, basic.
Well, yeah, because that is one of the criteria areas for some foundations, so
Mhm.
that would make it easier as well, so. I agree. It's just so limited.
Youth programs.
I would say.
I mean, that could be considered health. I mean,
Right,
getting
mental health.
kids out is human services.
Pretty
It
important.
starts to, I mean, I think the youth services are really important.
The Health, Human Services and Youth.
I mean, what is that? What is youth?
Yeah, what does that
What
mean
is that,
exactly?
hockey coaches? Is that,
What big nonprofits do we have that are around?
there's a lot of nonprofits that,
It would be youth sports organizations. The reason that we would really like to keep that in there is because the person that originally came to us with this idea is from SOS. It was Seth from SOS. And so I'm like, well, as we move forward, I'd really like to include youth. And I think the point that I was kind of making to Lori is, when we first think about essential services, we think about Health and Human Services. But when we think about the kind of the breadth of the nonprofits throughout our community, they are really doing so much that it's hard to narrow it down to Health and Human Services. So, of course, from the Summit Foundation viewpoint, we think arts are important. We think that the environment's important as well as the youth serving. And so I know exactly what you're saying because that's kind of where you go. Because when you think essential, but from our perspective, the youth serving organizations are also essential. And, arts are such an important part of the quality of life. So I think this is a pilot program. And so the way that we were defining it, because, as you guys know, we fund about 90 nonprofits here. So that's to your point. So we were thinking maybe we could, put the parameters maybe around the size of the organization or, something with legacy organizations in terms of, the ones that have been around a long time and served the most people. So that's kind of why we were looking at, bringing that definition out a little bit more than essential services, because we would leave a lot out. I mean, if you think of essential services, we know who that would be, and we would leave off, many nonprofits that are also really important in our. So that's kind of the way we were thinking about it, a little more holistic.
I mean, as the county hasn't weighed in yet on this, have they?
The county sort of indicated they might follow suit if Breckenridge.
I know
came
when we
out,
talked at
and they haven't.
FMC a little bit with Tamara, they had not weighed in
Yeah.
yet. So I don't know that they did today
They're
or
weighing
not,
in
but,
today supposedly, right, to
if you're generally supportive of the concept, then I think the next step is to bring back what that criteria could look like, right, in that selection. So, and make sure that the county's
on board.
on board too. So before we do that,
And maybe
I think
the-
if you're generally supportive.
Yeah, I may be alone on this and probably will be, but you know, in looking at this and I see the layers adding up on this, that we're already doing an extra lottery ticket for living in Upper Blue, working in Upper Blue. Would it be worth just having a third lottery ticket if you work for a 501c3 and just leave it? So we're not dedicating 3 or 4 or 5 units, but it's just, it provides any, employee of a nonprofit organization a little leg up. And I don't know if that would simplify things for you, but just a thought.
I mean, it definitely simplifies things for us, because we had already talked about little, if somebody's working for a nonprofit when they move in and then they leave that, do they lose their unit or they get to continue out through their lease? They just can't renew. So we had started talking a little bit about that. So, I mean, a priority, as a pilot doesn't bother me. I think that could be a way to go.
That could simplify it.
I like that.
Yeah.
Jay.
I mean, the one thing is this is a county town project, so we do have the ability to do this here. Alta Verde too, we probably won't have any ability to sort of guide some of these kinds of policies. So I think we rarely have full control of an apartment. This happens to be one that we're rolling out where we do have this ability.
Do you think that is this too much to ask that you sort of do a pro cons of these two different options of just adding an additional ball and of like, here's, the strategy for getting the nonprofits and which ones would be eligible?
I mean, we can definitely do that. Some of it is timing. This is gonna
Really
start
soon, yeah.
happening quickly. In fact, we were hoping maybe to even have our lottery sometime in January. So, you're not gonna have your next meeting till January, which gets us pretty close to when we're having our lottery. So that's the only challenge with the pro-con.
I like Jay's idea, but I think with the risk with that, it doesn't guarantee there's units for nonprofit. And we've talked about this. We'd love to support the Summit Foundation and other nonprofits. So with that, like in my mind, the pro cons is really hearing from the nonprofits, which route they'd rather go.
Oh, I'm sure they'd say,
Give them
we'd
all.
rather have all the.
Have units, I'm sure.
If we have to vote today, then I will vote to put aside the units for the nonprofits. I do like Jay's. I like the simplification, but I also know that we could not run this community without these nonprofits. But I would challenge that you guys really come up with the people, the community members that maybe most need it. I don't know what, as far as the nonprofits go. And I think that's why Jay's said, that is a little bit of an elegant situation or solution.
And I just wonder if one extra ball doesn't, is there a certain advantage that can be reached that does make sense where it provides the simplicity and maybe an advantage for nonprofit workers in that scenario. Maybe it's 2 extra, or I don't know.
Yeah.
But just thought maybe there's something.
I like
So what's I think we need to have some decision. Dick?
Boy, I'm swinging back and forth. Like Jay convinced me and then Carol convinced me. I guess I agree. I think we do need to have some units set aside that we know will go to the nonprofit community. I'm more essential services priority, honestly. I mean, Jeannie, I totally agree. All of those things are so important. But sometimes sitting up here, we have to do the unpopular job of prioritizing. And for me, it's essential services.
Do you think 3, 4, 5, 6 units, Cindy?
Yeah, 4 to 6.
You want to add?
Nope, I agree with, I would do what Dick said, and I would do 5 units.
extra ball and how many units?
So, I think
I guess not. I guess it wouldn't matter.
I don't
It's just
think
extra
you would
ball.
need, it wouldn't designate. In my thinking, I probably didn't eloquently state it, but I think it would potentially provide additional advantage for the nonprofits if that advantage is high enough. Where instead of only getting 4, 5, 6 units, perhaps they, with that advantage of an extra lottery ticket, they could potentially end up with more. And then it does, there's no, I guess there is no prioritization in which sector of that. So I guess, in my eyes, it wouldn't be a certain number of units. Perhaps it would be 1 to 2 extra balls in the lottery.
Carol?
I really like Jay's idea and I'd like to explore it for future projects, but I think just knowing how many hundreds of people apply and if everyone gets X amount of balls and without doing the math, I don't think that, it's a lottery, it's risk, it's luck. So I think for this pilot project, I'd like to go with the guaranteed units.
Jeffrey?
I think everyone that applies is gonna be worthy, and I think a simplistic way to do it is go with Jay's idea, so, but I don't think that's gonna carry the day.
Oh, no, we gotta ask Todd.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like the idea of setting aside some units. There was an event last week with the FERC there, and just the challenges I'm hearing for our nonprofits when it comes to housing and pay and keeping staff. And, to me, I think having 5 units for specific nonprofits that are essential services, which I think is, and I'm the BCA rep, but at a higher level than the arts. I think that's really valuable. I do like Jay's idea. Maybe that's a secondary thing we could look at as well to really help out these vital nonprofits. So 5 for now, and then we look at maybe adding a priority ball down the road to help those entities out more.
Okay. Looks like that takes the day. I would have gone with the lottery, but. What else do you need?
I think that was all of my questions. We might be changing the schedule just a little bit, initially we're thinking lottery sometime, middle to end of January, but I think it'll be pushed a little bit based on the construction progress to date. So, but we want to start pushing information out as early as tomorrow. So we've got our meeting with the lease upgrading group tomorrow. So
Perfect.
see. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Lori. Committee reports. Good. And events committee?
Don't do.
JD.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. You guys have the memo put forth in front of you. This is unusual because Uller Fest happened right after the day we met, so we can talk about that next month. But biggest thing was Race of Santas, and actually just got an email that Lucy's on as well. Race of Santas was featured on Good Morning America, and just really heralding Breckenridge as a magical mountain town that I was not aware of. So,
Magical.
yeah. Any questions?
Yeah,
The lighting was amazing.
that was.
From the race to, everything was super well done. So kudos to you and your staff. You guys killed it.
We couldn't hear you though.
We couldn't.
Last year too, there have to be speakers in the park,
Kudos except for the speakers.
except for the speakers.
So there will be a speaker set up at the Masonic Hall, kind of across where Kelly and I think Jay, you were over there as well. It's Kaleidoscope, an outside entity, and we're working. And I know they had a couple issues with their cords, but we'll increase the production of that next year for sure.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
So cool. So cool. Good job. Anything else for events? All right. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, we have events committee appointment. Hey, come on back down and take care of this for me. Oh, just go that sad.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the first of many mistakes he's gonna be making.
You've read what has been written. Any questions?
Nice.
Whoa, well done.
Something bad.
Shot and score.
Perfect.
And
What do you want to add?
what's the proper
I'll go ahead and do it.
Me to do this.
We had a ton of really great applicants, like just great community members, people who are very involved. It was actually hard to find someone who didn't have like lots and lots of experience at the BTO. So they're obviously, they have a lot of good employees who want to stay involved, and that was really nice to talk to them. We did settle on Jeff Edwards, and he has an interesting background in sustainability and just, you know, a lot of community excitement, and we are very happy to have him. So that's who we are suggesting. And we plan to move forward.
Excellent.
Any questions on Jen?
Questions? Everybody good?
Yeah.
John, thanks.
I apologize for
Yeah.
that. Sorry. I'm learning.
So we do that.
All right, moving on. And then recommendation for social equity.
You read it.
I can do that one. So we had a subgroup with staff, me, and a couple commissioners. So we had how many applicants did we had?
Oh, yeah.
8. I think we had 8 applications. So similar to events committee, I think with all the outreach Brooke is doing, we're really getting more applicants, which is great. But after interviewing a handful, we went with Jordan Burns, who is currently on the commission going for a second term. Isara Cirillo, who was a commissioner who left, who went to dental school in Denver and just finished dental schools, coming back to
Awesome.
practice in the community. And then Jotwin Daniels, who's been involved in youth sports and is currently at CMC. So we had great applicants. And I'm wondering, with all these folks that are applying, we're having the volunteer fair regularly with town party. Is there any way that we can keep these names of folks that want to be involved and encouraging them to attend the volunteer fair? Or I don't know if the Summit Foundation has a list of volunteers that they just keep collecting, but keep
Excellent.
these folks involved.
Yeah, great idea. Can you do the motion for this evening?
I will.
Do you mind?
I'll take it.
And I'll spot you in case you falter, but just, I'll let you take the
Thank
initiative.
you.
Yeah.
Carol, I just want to recognize your leadership of this group. I mean, those 4 names, if anybody knows them, I mean, Jordan, unbelievable. One of the original people, just so passionate, great. Sorrow, I mean, her story will bring tears to your eyes, you know, I mean, unbelievable. And she's gonna be a Spanish speaking dentist in in our community. So huge, just huge. Joe Twan from the high school, unbelievable individual. Just can't say enough. Now I'm forgetting the 4th.
That's all there was. Just 3.
What's that?
Just
They were
3.
Just those 3.
Yeah.
I mean, just amazing. But the work you guys are doing, and you're really coming in your own, so fantastic. But
Yeah, no, every commissioner is amazing. They contribute so much. And this speaks to the charter amendment that we're about to do, to just not be like, oh, it's temporary, but it's not, it's permanent. We're committed to this work. So.
no, this is really cool. So thank you
Yeah.
for your work. I know you've put in a ton of work on that. And Shannon too. Thank you.
He's definitely rookie of the year.
I'm not a rookie. I'm a seasoned vet now.
Yeah, you are.
Bet of the year. There you go.
Bet of the year.
Okay,
You might be.
Use the restroom for everyone.
the rec center, oh,
The parking structure has,
parking lot.
Really beautiful.
all of them.
We have to go to the parking structure?
You know, I noticed that Jeffrey was in there for a while during break. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Well, you know, if you're gonna serve this cheese, what can I help?
Okay,
Oh, my goodness.
So classy.
quit, no more water for anybody.
For Rick.
All right, we're gonna take a couple of minutes here and then get on to BGB.
Don't.
We're gonna take a quick break, but it won't be a bathroom break. We're running a little ahead of time right now, so I don't know if people want to show up for this. If we should,
Even upstairs?
if we should just hold off for a bit.
Yes, all of them include upstairs.
Wow.
Oh, we are?
The parking garage.
Is there a key? You need a key to the,
I heard about Jeffrey's issues and ran over there.
Done.
Good choice.
All right, Chris Kulik, start it off, man.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today we're to discuss kind of the revised, now 7 parcel proposal for the development agreement. And, we're looking at a new plan proposal for employee housing. It'll be spread over the North Gold Rush lot and the new parcel 7, which is also known as the Entrada lot at the corner of County Road 450 and Highway 9. We did prepare, based on not having any firm plans for the Entrada site, what we previously had looked at in 2022. I think rather than going through all the numbers that we have here on the page, I think I was to turn over the mic and he was to explain kind of parcel by parcel what density we're looking at, because I think you probably want to know, starting with parcel 1 was 0 density to the various housing sites, exactly what's happening with that pool of density at the end of the day. And
In the bathroom.
It's in the bathroom.
It's in the bathroom.
so I guess like by memory, I can tell you what, other than parcels 2 and 7, parcel 1 is proposed to have 0 SFEs on that site, remain parking, which is the North Gondola lot. Parcel 3, which is the South Gold Rush lot with 16 duplex units, is proposed to have 30 SFEs, which is consistent with the 48,000 square feet of residential space that we looked at probably in August, I think, in that parcel originally. Parcel 4 has up to 220 SFEs to be used to develop, substantially what we've seen with, approximately the same development as the former East Peak 8 project. Parcel 5, which is the 2 lots adjacent to the 4 o'clock sub, 2 SFEs for 2 single-family homes. And then parcel 6 is the 14 single-family lots, which would require 14 SFEs to be transferred off of. All of those sites will require density to be transferred off of the gondola lots master plan area up to Peak 8 to facilitate. In just a minute, when Brooke gets it up, there's an actual list there, and I'll have Mike explain for the density for the North Gold Rush and the Entrada site, which will essentially bring us down to 0 remaining SFEs of density in the core of town once those are developed.
Yeah.
Well, I've got it right here if you can see. Thanks. I think that I probably helped create some confusion on this with the Entrada parcel and some legacy holdover of what we had talked about before with density and whatnot. And so looking at the staff report I went through today and just tried to make sure that it was crystal clear in terms of what we were proposing to do. I just want to start with the bedroom count, because Kelly had talked specifically about not losing bedrooms between the aggregation of parcel 2 and Entrada. Okay. And so parcel 2, the new version of parcel 2 plus Entrada is going to be less than what the previous proposal was. And we start with the Entrada parcel is limited. It can only be X number of square feet. It's basically 35,000 square feet or less. We went through the planning process last time. There was some concerns about it being too big. But we're constrained in terms of how big that building can be on that site. It's the site's not going to get any bigger. So that building is what it is. And so then try and layer that with the direction provided by the council 2 weeks ago to have a significantly smaller presence on parcel 2. And what we did, Dick, is we went in and we designed
25,000 square feet of dormitory style housing on parcel 2. It's 17,000 square feet of residential and 8,000 square feet of common. And I heard you loud and clear talk about the need to have some, public space or space where you're not in the same unit with your roommates and that like that all the time. So 17,000 of residential among 8 sixplex of dorms, 8,000 square feet for common, which just leaves you room for hallways, storage, and then a rec room and workout room. And so we've got a significant allocation relative to the total number of people and the total square footage of the buildings that would be allocated for common purposes. And so I feel like I preliminarily checked the box on that direction. And so specifically on the bedrooms, what we're talking about is now 48 bedrooms on parcel 2 to make it significantly smaller. And you can see it in this drawing here in the upper left-hand corner of the parking grid there, you see a darker shade of gray, which is where and the cursor is going over it right now, which is where the 2 buildings would go and the 8 dormitory style units. So 48 beds on that parcel right there. That's down from, whoops, it just went away from me. So that's 48 beds. And then if you add Entrada, that would be somewhere between 60 and 80, depending on the unit configurations. That all in is going to be around 108 to 120 beds. We were at 143 before. So I just want to be clear that this proposal, because the constraints of the Entrada site, coupled with trying to make parcel 2 as small as possible, but still reasonable, is going to yield less beds all in than where we are. Oh, thank you.
So Michael, how many are in Entrada?
Right. So if we go to just hit start, yeah, that one right there. So Entrada will be somewhere between around 60. We had proposed 66 1-bedroom units before. And the feedback from the Planning Commission was that was too much. And so just trying to ballpark, if we did that smaller, say approximately 60 on Entrada, if we change that from 1 bedrooms to dormitory, we could maybe get a few more bedrooms. I would follow the direction of the council on that. But the reality here is that we're 48 beds on parcel 2, 60 to 80 on Entrada. And so it will be less in terms of the total bed count. And then relative to comparison parcel 2 from previous to current. So before, what you saw on November 28th and before that was 64,000 square feet of housing on parcel 2. Today it's 25,000, like I was just saying. So a 65% reduction in the amount of square footage in the core of town. The bed count goes from 143 to 48 on parcel 2. And then so total beds 48 in two buildings, total square footage 25,000. I just said this, 17,000 of residential and 8,000 of common. And now to what Chris was talking about, which is the density summary. This is important for me to include because I think that I want to be clear in terms of what our ask is. So there's 288.8 total SFEs between what exists today in the gondola lots and what exists today on parcel 4. So aggregate those to 288.8. Parcel 2, the density would be provided by the town. The 25,582 that's in the memo in the packet and it says in the packet too, is roughly 21 SFEs. That's the town provided density. That's where we fall in line with the rents as prescribed and discussed with Lori to her satisfaction, that in the dormitory style, it's 85% of a 60% AMI on a studio unit. So the rent for a dormitory style bed is $985 per month. And that's what we've talked about and cleared with Lori on that, but no density from BGV for this parcel. And then parcel 3 is the townhomes. That's up to 30 SFEs, 48,000. That's consistent with what you've seen before. Parcel 4 up to 220 SFEs. That's consistent with the drawings that you've seen to date. I think they range anywhere from 215 to 220 SFEs, the various iterations of the drawings. Parcel 5 is 2 SFEs for 2 single family lots. Parcel 6 is 14 SFEs for 14 single-family lots. And Entrada, there's no town of Breckenridge density required here. And part of the reason why is that there's about 14 SFEs worth of density on that site existing because of the land use district it would fall in. So there's like 16,000 or so square feet-ish that exist on that site. And so to get it to the 60 or so bedrooms, we need to add another 14 SFEs from that pool of 288 to round it out to about 29 SFEs on that site in order to build it consistent with what we're talking about here. Approximately 60 units, approximately 25,000 net square feet of residential, 30-some thousand square feet gross in that building, which will go down as we go through the planning process because the commission is going to chop the size of the building a bit. So if you add all that together, you get 281 SFEs, which leaves 7.8 SFEs that could either be sunset or deployed against parcel 2, depends on how you guys want to proceed. So that's the SFEs. The important takeaways here in my mind is that absolutely no town density required for Entrada to make this happen, but town density on parcel 2, which is where the rent stuff for the R density also applies to Entrada, but that's at a different AMI. The 85% of the 60 on the studios is for parcel 2. So that's the summation of the density. And hopefully that provides some clarity.
Mike, one question just to clarify in this juggling and adding the Entrada parcel 7. So now with the existing Entrada density,
Yep.
which is going towards the required workforce housing mitigation, I'm just wondering in this shuffle, looking at parcel 1 through 6, is there added market rate density that would have been workforce housing or no?
No, I mean, this is what you've seen before. And all we did was take the density that we had previously put on parcel 2, well, as of November 28th, take that off of there and just say what remains on parcel 2, our ask is density from the town. And we're able to couple that. And then Entrada is limited in terms of the site, in terms of how big it can be. So we just took the existing density that comes with the land use district and added our density, our market rate density to that to fulfill the total build of a building that size. I don't know if I answered your question or not. But
I think
there's 7.8 units left.
there's 7.8 left that we can make. We can make them sunset, or they could be, rather than putting 21 SFEs on parcel 2, you could allocate 15 SFEs and we would put 14, and we would put the balance on parcel 2. And that doesn't matter to me at all.
Okay, yeah, that
And
answers the question.
if we put the 7 SFEs from our market on parcel 2, I wouldn't come back and say, well, I want to have those be at the 100% AMI on, those 7.8 or 100% and the rest is 60%. I'm not going to play that game. So parcel 2 is a rent structure at 85% of 60 on the studio for the dorms.
Questions about this?
When you talk about with the lorry, I mean, do you think these all will be in demand? Like, do you think you'll be able to fill the dormitory?
We will be able to fill it easily. And I, to the extent that we don't, because we don't have dormitory style inhabitants, then I know that I'm confident that throughout the greater community, we'll fill it up. I think that there'll be a line of people wanting to rent these.
And
given
Laurie
their
backs you up
location
on
and-
that?
Pardon?
Laurie backs you up on that?
Lori, he said Lori backs you up.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
I translated for you.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
You get into AMIs, if you have questions on that, we'll bring Lori down here to answer the
But we
questions
did,
related to that.
but we did wheel that rent off of, we talked at length with Lori about our BGV's minimum wage, the ski resorts minimum wage, other comparable employers in the community minimum wage to arrive at the 985 is a good rent relative to the AMIs. And if you go and you do we've done it as we look at different rents, like on whatever it's One Man's Junk or other postings. If you find a bedroom less than $1,000 a month in this community, good luck. I mean, go rent it because there's not too many of them out there.
I got a place to live, but thanks.
Yeah, well, but you clog toilets, so.
Questions, the storage, does each individual, since we're really treating the 6-bedroom condos as 6 unit individually rented units, do each of those individual units have a secure storage for themselves?
But we would, I don't think we made it that far in the design, but we would do it that way. I mean, it's,
I mean, do you know the square footage, how much square footage of storage, how much of rec room and how? Yeah,
well, I mean, if we did,
workout room?
if we did a fair question, and as I was walking over here doing a little mental math on that one, right? If we did 50 square feet, a 5x10, which I think would be gargantuan storage unit, that is 2,400 square feet of the 8,000 hallways and left. You're going to end up with 3,000 to 4,000 square feet of common space. I think that would be excessive amount of storage for the kind of living that we're providing. So we've not.
1,000, but that would be rec room.
And workout, yeah.
and storage.
No, just rec room and workout, the storage would be separate.
Okay.
Right.
And
And from
50
8,000, take away storage, say that's 1,500, then you got 6,500. Trying to listen to what you're saying, create a better livable environment. So
You've been living these numbers, so you're going faster than me. It's like,
sorry.
yeah,
Well, no, I do live it. And
but you think there is room to have, I mean, if you're renting these separately, they probably need separately secure storage units, for
yeah, and I don't
buildings.
have I don't have the basis to sit here and say that it should be 20 square feet or 30 square feet or 50. I don't have that. I mean, we did
You have
talk
the
to some people.
ability to do that.
That's right. And maybe what we end up with is a few different sizes that people can, maybe upsize if they want to pay for that extra storage and that kind of thing.
Okay. That's it for now. You don't want statements, you just want questions.
Just questions to start, and then I want to do statements on this piece first, so we can move along from this. So, Jay?
Chris, when it comes to code and employee mitigation, when Mike broke down what the residence square footage was and then what the common area square footage was, both those combined to satisfy the employee mitigation. It's not just the dwelling or the residence. Do you understand where I'm?
Yeah, and that's actually a good question. I mean, I think we've always operated under the assumption it's actually the living, square footage versus common areas. Like we wouldn't count hallways, and even though now they're all counted as density, I think we'd have to go and read through. When we've had limited application for the updated, and I think we've always envisioned it was going to be true livable square footage. We have other requirements in terms of storage and everything that, Mike, I think is trying to be sensitive to. But I think like for the amount of programming that's in Entrada, he can provide for living space for that entire number that's required to offset parcel 4.
So I guess my question is if 17,000 of the required 25,000 is dwelling, is employee residence, then that extra 8,000 that's in the common area will come from Entrada.
Yeah, I guess the back up a little bit. One of the things that's changed with this proposal is now the satisfy the required employee mitigation is going to be satisfied on the Entrada property and not parcel 2.
Understood.
And so that's why I think we're comfortable with the entire amount of livable square footage being able to satisfy in that parcel. But if it were there, that's an excellent question. I think it's always been our intent to have it as livable square footage, whether it's a bedroom or living room, kitchen, but not garages, hallways, rec rooms.
Jay, I think that's a great point. And I think if we can help establish some precedent on it, we model 350 square feet per bedroom of actual livable. And then we model another 20% of, residual square footage for hallways, et cetera, not even working on the storage or the rec room kind of thing. So if you wanted to be conniving about it, you could take your 350 and take 20% off and say it's 270 square feet, it's the size of the bedroom, because you're getting another 80, 75 square feet in the hallways, and so I think that providing some clarity on how that we count square footage and for workforce housing matters, because you could see someone clipping the 20% off and counting the hallway as part of a livable space when it is not. And that's not what we're pitching. We're pitching 350 per bedroom, livable residential.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? Todd, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thanks, Eric.
So if you're counting Entrada as your employee mitigation, then you would CO and the Entrada project prior to COing any units on parcel 4? Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, we would have to resolve. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an absolute condition of CO on parcel 4.
I think it's reasonable for the council to state a desire as part of the development agreement and when you would like to see that.
I would like to see that, yes.
Absolutely.
Sooner than later.
Tomorrow. Comments? Dick, you want to start? Or you want to wait?
I'll wait.
Who wants to go first, Jay?
Thank you. Looking at the setup here, I think that all the, the numbers make sense, and that I'm excited to see that Entrada parcel added in. While I am comfortable on seeing the dorm style on parcel 2, I would not be comfortable in seeing that on Entrada. I would like to stick with the 1 bedrooms on Entrada. I think that, that dorm style is seen as a necessity in town and something, a different product mix than we're used to. And I think going with a smaller amount and to test the waters and see how it runs in our community is very important. I'm happy to see it and to be able to use it as a bellwether to moving forward. I would like to show my appreciation to Mike for willing to put that 7 or 8 SFEs into parcel 2 and save the town's density on that. I think that is a fantastic offer that should be taken up. And other than that, I'm supportive of the summary presented.
Just one clarification. I think the option you had was either studios or the dorm, because the previous design was studios. Would you be comfortable with studio units if that?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this direction. I know this just came up last meeting, so I'm glad we moved forward so quickly with it. I think it accomplishes, by playing with the density, accomplishes what we were after and not overwhelming the Gold Rush lot, especially after seeing the pedestrian crossing, which maybe there could have been other solutions with more housing, but I feel more comfortable having less housing and creating less of an issue on the crossing of Park Ave. I think this also removes any potential uncertainty with what would happen to the Entrada parcel. And I think that's an incredible place for housing. So with this composition of SFEs, I'm comfortable with how we're allocating density. So thanks for working with the town.
Todd?
Yeah, I appreciate the applicant's hard work and, continual efforts here to get us to a good solution. And I think we're making progress there. I love that we've moved a bunch of units over to Entrada as part of this proposal. I wonder if we're a little light on Gold Rush with 48 beds, and I'd love to see us at that 143 total if that's a possibility, just because housing is so important. And yeah, maybe I guess the question I've got is, is there an ability to bump that 48 up a little bit and still not overwhelm the crossing and the lot there? So that's the only thing I'm curious about. But yeah, we're making progress. It's good.
I like the numbers. I like the 48 on parcel 2, the 60 on Entrada. I do think Entrada, I'd rather have a studio or one bedroom, not dormitories. It's a great location to pick up a Slurpee, but, yeah, so I'm pretty, yeah, I'm comfortable with the numbers and it's all good so far. We'll see.
I really appreciate some amenities. I think it's huge. I like the 48 on parcel 2. You know, I think that's the right size for that. I see a pretty large sheet of asphalt sitting in front of that. I think there's a great opportunity to create some more amenities for summertime with some potential temporary fencing and pickleball and possibly a roller rink out there. But I mean, I really, you know, it's funny, but there's incredible demand for that stuff in our community, and I think, you know, you look at Gold Rush during summer now, it's a staging lot for heavy equipment and for construction projects. And it's our entry to town. And I think showing some recreation there during the summer would just be fantastic. And so I think there's real opportunity there. Entrada, I'm with Jay. I'm for using, as much as I would love to hear the word sunset as part of this project, I think it's more appropriate to save the town's SFEs and put that density into parcel 2. I appreciate the recognition that Entrada is a range and we're gonna do what fits there and brings quality housing. I just to jump on my sandbox one last time with this housing stuff. It's I hear you, Todd. It's more is always sounds better, but more is not always better. It's got to be quality housing. I mean, I've spent 40 years in the restaurant industry. I have seen so many drug and alcohol challenges, mental health challenges due to overcrowded housing, in my opinion. And we can't make that mistake on these type projects. And we really need to find that balance, which is probably going to be different with all of us, for quality housing for our workforce. We have nothing more important in our town than our workforce. They are the backbone of this town. And we really need to find that balance of quality, healthy housing for our workforce and appropriate quantity of housing in our workforce. So I think we're getting there. And, you know, I really appreciate the amenities. So, are we commenting on rents now, or are we gonna do that when we look at all of them? When we look at all of them, okay. Yeah.
Good.
You want me to comment on?
No, we'll do it when we look at them all.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Okay.
But generally, a thank you.
I, like Todd, was sad to see some of the units go, and I really have been around and around about thinking about more units over there, but I think that Mike actually did a great job of, you know, knowing that Todd and I were on the more and knowing that many here were on the less or fewer. And I think that what you've done with the amenities and adding some space that really is going to improve the livability of these units, I think is the right move. So I'm supportive of what you have, the mix you have going on right now. I definitely am supportive of the dorm style over at parcel 2, and then Entrada, more studios, 1 bedroom. You know who loves pickleball are the NRO kids. And I don't want to lose sight of that. I know that possibly you're going to be using your 7.8 some SFEs, but I really feel strongly that we want to support the community in this way of providing NRO with those dormitory style units in perpetuity. So I don't know if that has support, but I want to bring that up again, see if that makes the list, because I really want to see those dorm style units have some sort of a summer lease to the NRO folks. Yes.
I wanted you to have that one, but I am 110% supportive of that. And I'd love to see it memorialized in
Yes.
in a document like a development agreement.
Pickleball?
And NRO kids.
NRO kids, not necessarily.
We're not gonna put the pickleball in the
Right.
agreement.
This is gonna be one long development agreement.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be awesome. I agree with everything that's been said. Two additions. One, I want to make sure that anybody that's living in that unit has access to not only the ski back, but the summer trail system that's just on the other side of the woods. I don't know if Woods Drive is a private drive or is it, if it's public right away, then it's not a big deal. The other thing, I didn't even think about this till Dick said it. If people are living there, that can no longer be a staging area for construction equipment, even if it's not pickleball, it just can't be construction staging at all.
Something useful on it so that it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it just can't continue to look like it looks. I didn't even think about that, Dick. I think that's a great comment and somehow that needs to be part of this.
Actually, the code doesn't allow required parking to be used for other purposes, so, I mean, we've kind of known about that with the ski area, but because of their, if they're replacing a chairlift, they've always had these issues where they had to store some of that stuff,
Yeah.
and so we haven't pushed that hard on.
It's fine when it's would just been a lot, but now people are gonna live there and that's uncool if you're living there.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of,
It's new,
all of a sudden there's a bunch of lift cable and dudes out there at 6 a.m. with a helicopter getting ready to haul it up to the mountain, so. Okay, what's next?
All right, we're then move on to AMIs. Thanks for bearing with the first round of numbers. We got a second round and hopefully.
Yeah, Jeffrey loves numbers. You know that, right?
I want to know the delta.
Actually, I guess before that, we're to talk building height really quick, and I think we're to try and switch to the other one, but the building height of the revised workforce housing in parcel 2 is just below 38 feet as proposed, which is 3 stories by code. Within the land use district that parcel 2 is located within a recommended height of 2 stories. There's a recommended height of 2 stories with the ability, with the consent of the commission or council to go to 3 if they feel the backdrop of the hill and the buffering along Park Avenue mitigates it. In this case, we do believe that both of those criteria at the staff level are being met due to the building kind of being at the foot of the hill and then ample space between the vegetation along Park Avenue. So we think it should be memorialized, or we're recommending it be memorialized that 3 stories be the recommended maximum limit for the building. And we did in the packet, we did show the red line where the tallest portion of the building, it's right in the center here because of the grade. But I think in general, we're really happy with the style of the roofs, where the location of the building, and really the fact that there's no parking structure on there. Really, the lack of the parking structure is probably the biggest benefit overall with this revised design.
Questions?
Chris, do you know off the top of your head how tall the CMC dorm building is on, off of Michael Avenue?
I don't.
Trying to look for it from the courtesy review, but it was just for perspective of what we're looking about it's 3 stories, yeah?
It's 3 stories. I'm not exactly sure how it measures because we're trying to convert it in the feet. It does have a gable like this, so it'd be measured in the same way to the existing or proposed grade, whichever's greater.
Sorry to put you on the spot. It was just passing it back and forth, I was just like, just for
I mean, I
perspective,
think it's within the neighborhood, probably plus or minus 5 feet.
35.
Other questions? Okay, comments. Dick, you start.
I don't have an issue with the height. I think the planning commission will agree with that ordinance, but, my gosh, how many variances do we have to give? We don't need a variance here. We don't need to bake this guarantee in. Let the code be the code and let them go through the process. And if it's determined that the building's too tall or it doesn't fit the criteria, then they can find some positive points to make it up. We've got to stop somewhere, guys. We've done a tremendous number of variances on this project, and this doesn't need to be another.
I guess to clarify though, this isn't the variance. I think it's just,
If we're baking it in and we're tying the planning commission's hands, and I'm saying let's not tie the planning commission's hands, just let the process work. That's my comment.
yeah, I think we're pointing out that there's specific language that contemplates this. And I think it's been requested by the developer just to have that assurance versus if it was just recommended at 2 stories, then you would take your points and move on. But I think they were trying to go through the exercise of what this looks like, you know, from various points, from Park Avenue, from the parking lot, just to kind of give an idea and not be worried, you know, about going into a hearing where they get negative 10 points or they're where they thought they were at 0. That's I think what they're trying to.
And Chris, I don't want to argue with you, but my answer is no. I think we've done this too much already. We don't need to do it again on this project. When you guys see the list of variances, you might agree with me. We'll see it at our next meeting.
So I thought I understood until you just said the last part of what you said, like what the paragraph, this building height in the memo says is that he wouldn't necessarily get any negative points, right?
Basically, that language gives the ability of the planning commission, the council to not award negative points if they think
Okay.
the criteria are met.
Perfect. That's fine. I get it. So I agree as well. We'll just let this go through because the language is clear that they have that ability to not assign any negative points.
Jay?
I agree with them. The fact that the language is so clear. And it talks about being in a hill, you know, it says buildings of 3 stories may be acceptable only if situated in such a way that the hill to the west provides an appropriate backdrop. And that is the exact situation we have. So I'm comfortable with the language as is and leaving it for planning commission.
In this case, I'm fine granting the variance because I think the language points to that anywhere. I see your point of letting it run through the code. But for me, this comes into play later when we're looking at all the variances and where we're deciding what is public benefit and what is part of this process and doesn't necessarily merit positive points later. So if the developer wants that certainty for this, I'm okay with it.
Excuse me.
I'm the same as Carol, happy to give the variance there and give the applicant clarity. You know, for context, Mountain Thunder is 4.5 to 5 stories, just a couple of doors down. I think this is absolutely the right spot for that 3rd story and giving the applicant clarity. So no trouble from me on that one.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I think a variance is only a variance if they need it. I don't think they're gonna need it. I got no problem. I agree with Carol and the ghost up in the netherworld.
I don't think there's a need for a variance. I think this is a slam dunk for I don't even think you were asking for variance. So I think you let the planning commission handle it. Look, if they don't, it's gonna come before the council anyway. The council wants this configuration on here for a reason. So I'm not really too concerned about it. I mean, if they come back and it fails for whatever reason, this is a housing project that's using town density because we wanted some more housing. So I'm okay. I'm okay with not having a variance on this. We're not making it automatic, I'll say. What's next?
All right,
AMIs?
we're moving on to our next round of heavy math here with AMIs. and
Get Lori down here for this part.
Happy to turn it over to Lori.
Man,
The sinks work in the bathroom?
Water.
No water, no, the sinks aren't? No?
There's probably water in the toilet that's clean that you can wash your hands with
Okay.
if you need.
I don't think he wants to wash his hands in the.
You can go next door to the professional building if anyone needs to. we got a-
No, I'm fine. I'm like
You
a
don't have to
camel.
wash your hands.
So I guess to try and simplify it, I have the notes here, but for the studios that are for the developer provided density for the studio units that are required to offset the employee mitigation.
And this is on Entrada.
This is on Entrada. Thank you. Are requested to be at 100% of the area media income, which currently is $1,940 per month. For the town of Breckenridge provided density that would go towards the dorm style bedroom units on the North Gold Rush lot. The request is to be limited to 85% of the rate of a 60% AMI studio unit. So that's because we don't have recommended rents for bedrooms, which is $989 a month. And then there's within the memo, various escalators on a yearly basis. There's and I guess I'll note that this is a 5% decrease from what was proposed at the last time that you looked at AMIs for just everything on North Gold Rush. The initial rates are proposed to escalate at 2% annually until construction is complete. And after the project receives a certificate of occupancy, and then escalate at 3% annually in perpetuity thereafter. After the last meeting that we discussed AMI, where you really were trying to have Mike go back and really get to as low of a point as he could possibly commit to. They met with Mark and I and Lori and the housing team. And I think this is what kind of the middle ground that was I guess agreed upon between the developer and Lori. And I think with that, I'll definitely turn any other questions over to Lori based on that
Can I
discussion.
just add on the 2% that we talked about that? The reason why the 2% is in it, AMI can go up and down, right? And so the 2% thing is a hedge for both of us. Because if the AMI went way up, then the rent would go way up. If the AMI went way down, then the rents would ride with it. And so we're saying take where we are today, gradual increases until CO of the building, and then the 3% escalator kicks in. So the 2%, I think Lori would confirm this, is we believe it's to the benefit of both of us to have that safety net.
AMI is going to go up more than 2% a year over the next few years. So if they agree to limit the increase to 2%, I think it's a win for us, because if we left it straight up to AMI.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
The choice is to AMI at time of CO or the AMI today with this 2% escalator.
It's us, I think.
So the hedge is to say today's number versus tomorrow's.
Yeah, my only comment on, I think I agree with the 2% a year, but the studios at 100% AMI, when we had talked last, I thought we were talking studios at 60% AMI. So the studios at 100% AMI is a big jump in the rents for those.
Yeah, I think the one thing that changed was previously there was a portion of 1-bedroom units that were proposed with his own density pool. Those have now been eliminated. And so the studio is the program that I guess that's the difference between the last. There's no more 1-bedrooms. That's kind of what was cut out of this proposal, but we're consistent with what he is providing with his own density and requirement is at the higher level. The amount that the town is is offering an additional density would be the lower AMI is what's being requested by the applicant.
The
And
stu-
is-
the studios were, it was density coming from the town on parcel two, and that was gonna be at the 60% AMI. And on parcel two, we were bringing the density for the one bedrooms at the 100% AMI. And so when you look at parcel two new plus Entrada, you could look at it that the casualty of the reduction in overall number of bedrooms is the studio units at 60% AMI. We still need to have 100% AMI units to make this privately funded workforce housing pencil out. And so we isolate those to the Entrada parcel and then keep that 85% of 60 on the dorms on the parcel two with the town density.
Are you still asking for the 3% escalator on the Entrada parcel, or is that also the 2% escalator?
It'd be under the same formula. It'd be 2% until CO, and then to Lori's point, that's just a hedge, I think, that helps both of us create some certainty.
2% to CO and then 3%?
That's right.
And Lori, do we do 3%? I mean, I know we don't raise rents every year, but we raise kind of a little bit of a chunk. Do you have any idea what percentage, like if we spread that out, are we at 2%, 1%, 3%?
I think we're closer to 3% if you look over time. It's just, you've got expenses going up, personnel expenses and utility expenses, and that's what you're trying to cover with that increase. And typically they're going up more than 3%. So for our projects, if you look over time, it probably does average out to around 3%. We always look also at incomes. If you look at incomes over the last 20 years, long term, it's kind of a 3% a year. I mean, obviously they do this, but the long-term change in incomes and wages is usually around 3 too.
I guess with it's gonna be the live work deed restriction, and the work has to be in Summit County or benefit Summit County, whatever that is. So that's gonna go with this property. So if the market can't bear it, then they'll come down.
Right? They won't be able to charge it. Yeah.
Other questions?
In these prices, are utilities included?
So these are all in prices.
Except for the storage, I think that we talked about that as a potential add-on.
Only for an increase in size, not just for a
Right,
basic storage.
Right.
And then parking, that wouldn't be an add-on,
No,
right?
there's no
Okay.
surcharge for parking a car. We can put one in there if you want. I know if we want to try and decrease car usage, we can do that, but no, I'm not trying to be silly about that.
I think we figured out the parking.
Yeah.
I think you guys figured out the parking. I like the idea of what we've done with parking. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Carol, are you
please.
still going? Okay.
Yeah, Dick.
Historically, Laurie, and I ask this because I don't remember, but when applicants are mitigating, doing employee mitigation with housing, have we asked for 80% AMI on that housing, or is that 100% AMI?
We've done so few units that are required per code. Really, because we only sort of made this code mandatory.
Yeah, we just
Recently, but historically, we were getting deed restricted units as part of the relative policy, and we didn't include any sort of AMI cap on any of those. The time when we've required sort of an AMI target has usually been on an annexation agreement, something like that.
Did we do anything with those additions on Main Street, the tasting room and
No,
I
we didn't
can't
do, I don't
remember.
think we did any AMI. We
didn't.
No.
We did any AMI?
I think this is a good precedent to set. I think it's good precedent to set going forward, having an AMI on, even if it is on a unit that you have to provide.
Is it
part of a
where we
development.
want to be?
Well, that I don't know, but I think it's good to have something.
I agree. Yeah.
I'm not anti 100. I'd like to see some units cheaper, but I'd even be okay with a bit of a spread between the ones you have to guarantee and the ones that you don't. So the 40 of the 60 that are guaranteed, if they had a lower AMI than the other ones, I'd be okay with that to provide some lower AMI to average out at 100.
I'll sign up for average at 100. But we can work with staff to figure out a balance of, we don't have this building designed, right? So there's no way.
No,
for
no,
me
I
to
get
make-
it. I get it.
But if it averages at 100, and this density is, I know there's not a precedent with it. It's kind of coming from the parcel 4 site.
No, I
you
get
know,
it.
And
Yeah.
typically those units would be attached to that and just have a live work deed restriction and they could be $5,000 a month.
Right.
And so
Some
we're
of
trying,
it's coming from town though, still. Less.
and
yeah.
I'm not trying to,
No, I think if you could average it, if we could get some at 80 and some even at 120, I'd be okay with that.
we're just looking for a gross rent roll,
Uh-huh.
to determine terminal value of the property.
Yeah, because if we were doing this, I mean, honestly, if this was just in a vacuum, if you were looking at a project in a vacuum and you needed to supply 40 units and we said to you, yeah, we'd like to take those at 80% AMI. And you said, well, I'm gonna add some density to it and build another 20 units and I'm gonna charge whatever. I don't know that we would have an argument with that. So if you would average this at 100, I'd be okay if some of them were cheaper.
I just, the math brain in me wants to say I'm good with the averaging. I just don't want to create an expectation that we'd have wild swings in there. I don't want to go
That's- yeah.
60 on some and 160 on others to get to 100. Because
No, they don't have to be that wild. It'd be nice to have some variation though, to get some cleaners in there instead of just some office people, right?
I'm happy to sign up to average at 100% AMI is the gross rent roll.
And then just going back to the original memo, we talked about town density studios would be at 60% AMI, but with the new kind of density juggling, or do any of the studios fall under town density?
There's no town density on Entrada.
Okay,
Town Density is only used on the dorm style units on parcel 2.
okay.
And to the earlier conversation, it's more likely that there's studios on Entrada at the end of the day than 1-bedrooms. And so we'll see studios, but they'll be at 100% on average, AMI rents.
Other questions?
Are we gonna be willing, and assuming this will come up when it gets to site specific, but I think it ties into this discussion. Are we gonna be willing to waive fees, water, sewer? Well, we don't usually waive sewer, but water, building, development for any of these units that we're talking about now?
Have we been asked to?
No, but it could happen down the road, and I think it's tied to this discussion, so that's why I bring it up.
Well,
We didn't waive water anymore because we're.
don't wait.
we need
Well,
the
when,
money.
when we do waive water, it's for super low. It's gotta be super low AMI. That's the only time we waive anything really.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've waived for 60%, but not.
Correct. Are we, are you guys comfortable putting in the development agreement that we aren't gonna waive any of these fees for any of this housing? Okay. Mike, does that work for you?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna ask for another variance on that one, so.
We're gonna wait till site.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enough. All right, final comments on the AMI package. Todd?
Yeah, I'm good with it. I like providing the applicant with some clarity on what rent rolls are gonna be, and that seems thoughtful. And if it's too high, the market will adjust it down accordingly. So yeah, good to go.
Carol?
And just one more question. So on, the Gold Rush lot, all the housing will be 85% of a 60% AMI studio unit. Even
Yes.
though now we have some of your density, not our density there.
Yes, I'm committing to the rents are the same across the board in that building.
Okay, yeah, I'm supportive with what we discussed.
Jay?
Sorry, I've been free to drink any water. I do think it is very important to have some of those. Let me start over with looking at the judicial center being income tested, some of our other light tech funding projects. I do think that there should be some units over in Entrada that are above light tech but below 100%, and whatever needs to be on the opposite side of that, that's the opposite and equal of that. I would support that very heavily. I would really encourage you to move forward with that, because I do think that is a gap that we have in our town that would be really beneficial. Other than that, I'm very supportive of.
Just saying balance out as 100,
That's
but
right.
you just kind of the shell game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I, with that part,
Okay.
I'm supportive.
Okay.
I agree.
I'm supportive of all of it except for the dorm rooms. I still do not agree with the 80% of a studio. I think we should be with the county at 900. So I'm firm that needs to start at 900. I hear what Laurie's saying. I think dinging somebody with annual rent increases is almost demoralizing for some of our workforce. So the 3% coupled with a higher start, I'm probably okay with the 2% between now and construction or now and CO. I'd rather see the 3%, 2%. I'd rather see that be 2% escalator. But that coupled with the 978, it that wherever it starts, it goes up exponentially. So I feel strongly that should be 900.
I'm gonna defer to Lori on this. Unfortunately, it's just incredibly expensive, like amazingly incredibly expensive, and I'd love to see it lower. If there's a way that you can help us out, that'd be great. And the average of 100% AMI. You look confused.
Nope.
Did I not say what I
No,
mean?
you said something and I was thinking, my brain tracked to something else.
Okay.
I mean, I think there's a potential way on the ones that are on the parking lot. That's, we put some skin in it if we want to drive them lower.
Yeah.
There's always that option.
Did we put that density?
No, I know.
But we
I know.
could put money towards it.
I know we could, I mean, we were gonna do that in Entrada. We were gonna buy some of those. We were gonna give them, density and
Well, I think
water unless they sold them. I'm not arguing. I'm just
Yeah.
throwing out a thing. I'm not saying to do it. I agree. If he could drive down the rents on that, that'd be great. But we know how expensive stuff is to build, and we know what we place in as a town to make some of these things work too. And grants we have to ask for. So actually, I'm with
Yeah.
I'm with the pro tem that I agree, I put my trust in the staff. If Lori thinks this is legit, then I'm okay with it. Chris, what's next?
All right, moving on to parking, which should be quick. I think from the previous discussions, we agreed that only 400 more spaces would be needed on the site to satisfy the parking agreement. And with the proposed residential uses, additional 12 are required, which brings the proposed parking up to 412 spaces and does not require a structure. So I think the staff thinks that's a big win for the project. And
The winner chicken
Yeah.
dinner.
if there's no comments.
Anybody
we
have a
can-
problem with that one?
No.
Kelly?
This was a really exciting turn of events. I did not see this coming, but I'm really happy that we don't have to deck that parking. I'm sure you are as well.
Yeah.
That was just, I think for you.
He liked saying podium all the time though.
The podium.
I noticed.
Yeah.
All right, and I'm just looking at the time that we have, and we have approximately a half hour till about 6:15, I think is kind of our hard stop, I was told. And we have our transportation issues. And then we also have the public benefit offerings, which, yeah, I'm guessing there'll probably be some discussion on that, but just more as a reminder of just trying to budget our time and really, I think to get to our next step, it'd be great if we can get through those two items.
And if not, we go to the next meeting.
So,
So that's not as efficient.
Back open.
Yeah. It is.
so one of the,
Drink at it, but you can't use it.
Oh. Why don't you tell him? I like seeing him suffer.
so one of the requests from the council is really trying to figure out the pedestrian crossings and looking if there was a, below or grade crossing possible. When staff reviewed all the different options for crossings, we think now to the reduced programming with housing and the limited number of days that the North Gold Rush lot is used, last year being 17 days that was used, and I think only 4 where it was completely full. We're recommending, there's 2 options in the memo. The option 1, which is to continue to use the shuttle system to get the majority of guests, skiing guests across the street to the gondola and back, with a direct option off of the Skyway Skiway down Woods Drive for people that want to walk back from that point to the parking. And then just using standard crosswalks at all 4 corners of the intersection that are indicated here to handle the intermittent crossings by the 48 residents within workforce housing. When we compared it to the pedestrian tunnel options, it is buildable. It's fairly complex because of the number of utilities that go through there. It require semi steep grades that also would necessitate heating and to be able to make sure that it's safe at those grades. But we think it honestly is a bit overkill for the programming. It's on site now, but with that, we'll be happy to take feedback from the council related to the pedestrian crossing.
When you say crosswalks, do you mean the kind that you have a switch that you can hit a blinking light to kind of alert a motorist?
I think at this phase, that's not guaranteed. I think that as Shannon can, I guess, chime in with this, but it's something I think we'd request from CDOT, but this is a CDOT. So some of the extra bells and whistles that we can just put on have to get approval by CDOT. I think that's something we would like to have along with extended medians to provide maximum safety for anyone crossing at that intersection. But I think at this point, we would be comfortable as long as there are at bare minimum crosswalks, meet actual engineered safety standards for crossing based on the volume of pedestrians we think will be crossing now.
Chris, maybe you said this somewhere in the memo and I didn't absorb it. When you said I understand all 4 crossings having crosswalks. Is the diagonal, is that an option for a above ground crosswalk where guests can cross without having to go, vertical and then horizontal? Can they actually, or is that where the tunnel would go?
That would be either the tunnel or an above grade option that they designed
that into a grade option or no?
It's just not possible.
Okay.
And it's so in that scenario, it's so dangerous at that point where they're merging that even someone who was trying to take the shortest path is not going to do it by human nature.
Questions?
So none of just the regular crosswalks wouldn't result in this kind of pathway or whatever this is on the
Yeah, I put the other one up is to show where the crosswalk locations were proposed.
So I guess I just wanted to say that I don't think we should build anything on the gondola lot that would prevent us from in the future potentially realigning the transit center. And so I just wanted to hear that.
Other comments about this one?
Jeffrey? No. What's it say?
Either. She started with comments.
Oh,
and I thought we
right.
were-
So it's not.
I don't think, she said she was done. Do you have questions?
No, I do not have any questions.
Go ahead and comment.
My comment is, I have been a staunch proponent of having an underpass from one to the other. That has been an absolute. But with facts changing, my opinion has changed with the decrease in density and having the 48 beds on that side and limited use on the parking lot. I am okay with the staff recommended option of circulation of just the shuttle system, the Woods Drive right-of-way connection, and the standard roundabout crosswalk. I know it is not within the applicant or planning's purview for this, but I would anything we can do to make CDOT allow us to have the flashing lights. I worry about the 2-lane roundabout of that the inside lane seeing the pedestrian on the first crosswalk, and then the outside lane seeing the pedestrian on the on the second crosswalk. And so I would just ask that we do whatever we can to have things flashing, honking, whatever we can do to protect the people that are walking by. So,
Cross guard.
yes.
I didn't have a question, but I do have a comment.
Yeah.
And it's much what Jay was saying. Is there such thing as kind of a slightly raised crosswalk just to make it more discernible, or is that, I mean, it's all up to CDOT, obviously.
We're not allowed to raise crosswalk.
They won't?
For improvements down there at the BDC at Fairview.
Yeah,
Flashers.
yeah.
Pretty good thumbs up on those, but a raised crosswalk was, did ban that actually.
Okay.
Because people want.
Well, if you can't charm them, no one can. So I'll do the flashing lights, so, yeah.
Good. I agree with everything Jay said. I think staff called out the additional safety measures, the flashing beacons, the extended medians. I mean, I defer to you, but whatever we can do from that barrier standpoint, be it landscaping, something else. I can't quite tell in this plan where the sidewalks are, but where it makes sense to have them or not have them at all. So it's not even an option for people to cross across Park Ave. But I think option one, especially with the less density, is makes sense.
Dick?
With the densities where they are and the parking, I think the shuttle makes most sense. I would like to see us require it be electric.
Yeah.
Because I think that's where we need to be. I'd like to see the shuttle be electric and I would like to, I don't know how much of this we put in, but it's not gonna be used that much. So I would like to see it dual purposed into their employee shuttle for the ski. I'm assuming Skier is gonna run it. So I'd love to see the Skier use a electric shuttle for all the employee shuttling that they do before the gondolas open. And then it could also be used for when Gold Rush is open and used for that. So I like to make that electric. I think Kelly brings a great point that I haven't thought of, but I think we really need to think about future design of the transit center and just not mess that up with anything we do here. We don't need to try to design it now. But I just be very careful not to mess that up with anything we do. I'm not seeing anything that would now, but I thought it was a great comment. I wish CDOT could learn from Denmark. They have small little lights where it's red, yellow, green, and they can hold pedestrians and cyclists with a red until you get a group of them, and then it goes green. And it's just like a stoplight, but it's for pedestrians. But I know that's not there yet. So flashing is gonna be our best option.
And given Main Street and Ski Hill, I don't think pedestrians care.
Well, the Danish are rule followers way more than the Americans are. For sure.
I'm good with this too. Next.
All right. Moving on to trip generation, engineering looked at the most updated trip generation forecast, which shows a nominal decrease from the last one that was completed in February 2020.
I forgot.
And and I say nominal, it's essentially the same, but it's just kind of reconfirming some of the assumptions from what was looked at for the East PK Hotel and the previous gondola lot site. There will be some intersection impact with or without this development, particularly at Ski Hill Road and Park Avenue, a movement from D to F. And that is circled here in the memo. But really, we tried to put all the data in here, and just in the interest of time, I'll be happy to take any questions, or actually probably Shannon is the appropriate person to direct your questions to related to trip generation and level of service.
How married is the ski area to skier drop off at PK? If we eliminated, if they eliminated skier drop off other than for the handicap, would that make a difference?
Yeah, maybe. We talked to them about potentially eliminating that, and I owe a call to John to see if they can put up counters in that lot. So the first thought was to do some data collection to see exactly how many cars are going in and out of there, because we're making an assumption.
Yeah, we don't even know if it would make a difference, yeah.
So we're working on
Okay.
that.
So in addition to counters, we had I think a letter from someone, I believe it wasn't a conversation I had, but that said like, it's not just the people going up there, it's like different ski valets who go and leave their cars up there. And so if there's any way for them to also tally up, like what kind of user groups are we dealing with, that would probably be really helpful to the discussion.
Kind of ski ballet.
You don't have a ski valet?
No, I don't even know what that means.
I don't. Ski valet? People who, they take you up there.
Oh, like a shuttle.
Well, they-
Don't live in the Highlands, you call it a shuttle.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know about that. I wouldn't know.
Ooh. Like down in our neighborhood, there's shuttles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says ski valet on the truck.
La-di-da.
Questions on this thrilling study? Questions?
All right, well, moving on.
Well, we gotta have comments though.
Oh, okay.
Comments?
You're not getting off that easy.
Jay, you want to start? Or Todd, how about you start on this one? So I don't forget you again.
No, you're good. You want me to comment on whether or not the 500K is acceptable? That
You
like
find
that
the proposed traffic
contribution?
mitigation contribution acceptable at $500,000.
I think it's a kind offer from the applicant. I think it's early in the process, but I think that's a really nice olive branch. So I think I'm good at this point. It's just going to be, we're not going to know the implications of what's going on up there until we do it. So that's the hard part. But yeah, I'm good at the 500.
Jeffrey's falling, he can't get up.
Dick?
Just to the study, a couple comments, just, I probably no surprise, I don't like these studies, but, we're not striving for D's, E's and F's. So, I don't think the study's that relevant. I don't think they account for 90% occupancy and, it's, but I don't want to dwell on that one. As far as the mitigation, as much as I would love to put a bunch of money in the pot for future improvements, I after talking, picking Shannon's brain and asking her the question so many different ways and getting the same answer, there's just not room to do a lot without getting our hands on some more land. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. So putting a pile of money in a bank account, I would rather see it go to something more worthy, like Soul Center or something. And I do, however, think we should require the applicant to, just regardless of what it costs, do the extended queuing lanes. Just minimal, it's 7 or 8 cars, but everything helps. I think they need to fix the pedestrian crossings and the ADA requirements around that and bring those fully up to code. And be reasonable in the process of those two if we see other opportunities to, be willing to take those on. I wish I could sit here and not from a putative standpoint, just to help the people that live up there. I wish I could sit here and say I would like to require them to do more because it would help. Reality is reality. It's just a tight intersection.
Jay?
You know, and I respectfully disagree. I think money goes a long way in fixing things. And so I think looking at what the staff has recommended with the pedestrian facilities at the intersection, meeting ADA standards and the improvements that whatever they might be. And I would ask the applicant to contribute $1 million to the fund for future improvement and mitigation options.
Carol?
Yeah, this intersection is just frustrating. And I think the solutions that staff presented, the extended turn lane, I mean, updating the crossing, make sure it's ADA compliant, that makes sense. And that's something we can assign a numerical value to. With the applicant, I mean, we just had Julie and Dylan here reading that CDOT's unwilling to change signal timing. I wonder if there's anything else we can do through Julie or Dylan to make the intersection better, because it is a pain point for folks that live up on that side. But I think what's proposed is acceptable. I like Jay's idea of bumping it up a little bit for further improvements.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I agree with Carol and Jay. I think there is some hope, but it's like Mason, you know, it's not good. I don't think we can fix it. We might be able to ameliorate it. That's about it. That means lessen it.
Thanks, I didn't get that. I agree. I would like to continue talks with the ski area. While it may not be much help, it's still, every time I go up there to drop my kid off, so I'm part of the problem, it's a lot of cars. I mean, especially on the weekends, you know, during the week is one thing, but on the weekends when the traffic is a huge issue, when you get, you know, you get 50 cars that are running up there in the morning to drop kids off for Team BRAC or Team Summit or, you know, or BAM, that's a big deal. It's a lot of cars. I think that coupled with $500,000 or so from the applicant, I think it goes a long way. So. All right. What's next?
I would like to add that I didn't say that in my comments. I think we should push the ski area as hard as we can on that drop off annually.
The drop off's terrible to begin with.
It is.
Just causes all kinds of problems up there, so. All right, community benefits? We have time to
I
at
think
least.
so. And so this is a list, to be clear, this is a list of proposed community benefits proposed by the applicant. And really, I think one of the questions I guess I've heard kind of through the grapevine is what constitutes a community benefit? And that's really up to the council to decide if you think X is a community benefit or not. I think there'll be a consensus of items that will be included in the development agreement. But I think it's helpful, to Dick's point last meeting, just to talk through and actually have this list prior to having the draft development agreement. And there's no specified threshold of how many community benefits are needed to do a development agreement. So to somebody, it may be just getting rid of the density out of the core of town. To others, it's that plus several other substantial community benefits. So that's lay the table, you know, for the discussion. This is again, the list that was provided by the applicant and is really open for negotiation by the council.
So before we go to that, I want to clear something up. The way you're gonna handle this development agreement going forward with multiple parcels, since we don't do this very often, does every parcel stand on its own, has its own positives and negatives, and utilizes its own community benefits? Or are the community benefits part of the development agreement, and then each parcel will stand on its own with the planning commission?
Yeah,
So if the applicant needs points for something, say landscaping points at parcel 5 have nothing to do with points at parcel 2. That is correct.
That's correct. Yeah, and I think I can summarize that really quickly where you're going with. That's a good point, Eric. I think with the development agreement, we can lump a bunch of stuff in here that really has no geographical context with one another because there's really no boundaries, and set a prescription. We may like organize it within the document depending on how Kirsten and is comfortable, accepting a document that maybe will go a little bit parcel by parcel. But I think this is really kind of a global list of community benefits in here. The next step is really going to the master plan amendments. And then also an annexation agreement for Entrada, which is a new little bonus for us, and designation of land use. So that's kind of our next layer down from the development agreement. But under the master plan amendments, it goes through the development code. So there's opportunities for positive and negative points under that as well. And once those are used within the master plan to get the language written there, if you get, let's say, you're agreeing to, or you take negative points on height, for instance, under a master plan to go up to a certain, which they probably will on the base of peak 8 for the lodge. Those points are assessed at that, and you need to get a passing point analysis, but it will give them the option when they come through for site specific for that large lodge to not take points. They can go up to what's specified in there. But let's say, for something else, we'll use the roundabout because that's not proposed as that, and say they're trying to withhold that for positive points. They could potentially use that either the master plan modification if needed points, or if they really don't need that going forward, they could use it for the duplexes or the site specific. But actually looking at the limited amount of programming there now, it's probably changed dramatically from having a big parking structure. So there's different layers, and I think the intent, I don't want to speak on Mike's behalf, but I think his intention is what he's relayed to us is he's trying to build what is proposed to the council, and understanding that there's these subsequent, development permit approvals. He's just, I think, trying to ensure that at the end of the day, he has this nice development improvement. This was the intent that he's able to construct with what he's presented here.
If I could add.
Yeah.
To go back to landscaping too. Part of the challenge with this is that if you say, here's a benefit today, then you don't get credit for it tomorrow. Okay. And so if I were to say, by way of example, say landscaping for a positive 2 points, if I don't put it in the development agreement and I play poker with that and say, can I get parcel 3 done without those positive 2 points, then I'm not obligated to do those at that point in time. And so there's a version, in my brain, I want to commit to doing these things, but I also want to get the benefit of making those commitments. And so I don't want to play games with this body. And I want to say, these are things I'm willing to commit to do, but I don't want to have to be forced to hold back, so that I can get those points later on. And so I feel like this process has been very collaborative. And so just trying to be completely forthright with that there's a timing sequence thing that could create a problem, in terms of what actually gets done. And so I want to live up to what we put on paper and do what we say we're going to do, and have you and this community know exactly what we're getting for what we're asking, and not saying, well, maybe they'll do this more robust landscaping down the road to get those points if they need them. That's not the way I'm trying to play the game. And I don't want to just, I want to enjoy the benefit of making the commitments and not not get not get zero benefit for making a commitment, because that's the way this works if we don't have this articulated up front.
Could I make one kind of comment, question? Mike, I appreciate that. This has been a collaborative process and I really appreciate that. I've said that before and I really mean that. I also think, and I'm anxious to talk about these. I think it's important to talk about these, but without commitment tonight. I think it's very, very important that this council, you know, we've talked about a lot of relief. We've talked about a lot of help with this, and we've talked a little bit here and a little bit there. Those are all variances to our code. We're elected to enforce code, and we have this thing called a development agreement that allows us to get outside of the code. We have just spent, 12 weeks talking about a lot of variances, It's a big, complex project, so there's been a lot of variances where we're allowing the applicant to get outside of the code we've been elected to enforce. And I think we need to see a list of the absolute variances that we've given. I think we need to see a list of the relative variances we've given and how many points that they add up to be, both negative and positive, if we've allowed positive points that the applicant otherwise couldn't have gotten. And I think we need to weigh that against this list, because that is really what we're doing for the community. This isn't us and egos and everything else. I mean, this is an applicant who's in business to make a profit, and we're elected to support our code and support our ordinances and support our community. And at times, you know, those are a bit opposing, but I think this has been a very collaborative. I think we've worked together on a lot of this stuff. And did you see there was just one where they all wanted something stricter than I did? Did you notice that?
Put it down.
But yeah. So I think I caution us to not commit at this point. I think we need to see this. I asked Mark a week ago if he could generate that for us all. And you know, and to his credit, and I agree, we're going into the holidays. I mean, still working with the applicant to really understand and fine tune all of them. So we're not going to have that for 3 weeks or so before the next meeting, which it's got to be accurate. It's got to be right, because this list will carry forward in all the site specific items. It will be a list for the staff to help Chris from, you know, having to go through the vagueness of this process sometimes and try to make decisions. It'll help clear things up a lot going forward. So I just think that's super important. I wanted to make that comment.
Well, and I think we are at 6:15 unless anybody has other thoughts about these community benefits. I think Dick's on the right track with how to really look at these.
Yeah, so I think that just in terms of the scheduling, our intent was to bring a draft of the development agreement, which really gets down to the very specifics, like to Dick's point. It's to show if they need a driveway variance, or, you know, have everything that the developer is asking for, and then their list. And I think that's where we're going to go through and go kind of line by line and make sure, you know, both parties, before we go to a reading. But if we need like a second one, if there's things that we're redlining there and have to go to a second draft development agreement, we can do that. But that's the intent, is really between now and the second reading in January, because it's to take a bit of time to pull all that together. I think that's where we were trying to go.
The next meeting, if we're pushing. Still wondering, I mean, I see this list, I don't see the traffic circle, I don't see some of these other things on it. So, I mean, I'm assuming that those, you know, I hear you don't want it to be a chess game, but in some ways our relative code just is. And, you know, so I'm assuming those will be, you know, you'll be asking for positive points, and we'll discuss that in the site specific, which is fine. But I'm assuming anything that is memorialized in the development agreement as a benefit to the community in exchange for these variances will not be available for any positive points in the site specific program. Is that a yes? Are we all unified in that being a yes?
Well, it's by code, it's not allowed.
That is by code.
That's
yeah.
my point, is that if that's the case, then there's some that I don't put on the table. Right? And I want to put them on, I want to put them on the table. I don't want to play chess. And so I'm happy to have the conversation in 6 weeks, that second meeting in January. That's precisely my point, is that are we going to play chess, or are we going to get together and say, this is how we want to memorialize this stuff gets
I
done?
think we need to just follow the code, Mike. Yeah, I mean, that's code. We need to follow the code.
I think in 6 weeks we'll see. Okay. Mike,
I think
thank
you
you.
can still have a draft, right?
Yeah.
You can still do it. You can still
Absolutely have a draft.
You'll just
But
tweak
I
it.
think what Dick is asking for with the variances is pretty important to even that iteration, getting through that. So. All right.
We'll have the draft where it's in the legal form, but I think we can put together that bullet list of, we can see how many specific.
I'm gonna ask that to be incorporated in the legal document. I think it's important that be once we get it to where it needs to be, that needs to be part of the document for sure, in my opinion.
Right. Mike, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Email me and say.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
I'd like to call to order the Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 Town Council of the Town of Breckenridge meeting. Roll call, please. Ma'am.
Councilmember Owens.
Here.
Councilmember Carlton.
Here?
Councilmember Bergeron.
Here.
Councilmember Sade. Here. Councilmember Beckerman.
Present.
Councilmember Rankin.
Here.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes, I am here. Approval of the agenda.
No changes? Oh, the minutes or?
No agenda. Oh, minutes first, sorry. Town Council minutes for November 28th, 2023. Any changes? No, and as presented, agenda.
No changes?
All right. Communications to council, we have public comment. Non-agenda items only, 3-minute time limit, please. Yes, sir. Please stand up, give us your name, and you got 3 minutes to tell us what you want to tell us.
Great. Hello. Mr. Mayor, council members, happy holidays. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm Alan Bergstein, a homeowner at 76 Cucumber Creek Road in Breckenridge, and I'm also president of my community's HOA. I'd like to discuss two related issues regarding the short-term rental fees. Transparency in the regulatory fee, and also not defending against the just announced lawsuit challenging the zoning caps, which would waste $1 million. First, there needs to be greater transparency about the regulatory fee, from whom is it collected and how it's used, and most importantly, who benefits. I think the primary, if not sole purpose of the initiative is to provide the local workforce with affordable housing. This directly benefits the local hotels, resorts, food and beverage hospitality, and other shop owners by subsidizing their workers with monies collected in great part from homeowners. On the 2024 town budget 108-page PowerPoint, there's a financial breakout for the Affordable Housing Fund, indicating that about $29 million will be in the fund at the beginning of 2024, with the fund's revenues projected to be about $21 million. And it seems that about 1/3 of that comes directly from the STR fees, mostly paid by homeowners. According to page 117 of the town's operating indicators, in 2022, there are over 3,700 short-term rental license holders. That's more than any other type of license, it seems. We deserve to understand very clearly who paid into the fund. Is it just the homeowners? What about the direct beneficiaries, those who operate the hotels and the resorts and the shop owners and service providers, et cetera? The vast majority who reside outside of Breckenridge, but paid yearly, deserve to have more visibility into this. I believe you should have an easily accessible web page dedicated to address all of this, rather than make someone go through hundreds of pages of spreadsheets and PowerPoint pages to try to understand who pays in and who benefits. Second, I've read that the council is ready to spend $1 million to defend the just announced lawsuit challenging the zoning caps for STRs. I believe this is a waste of money that I and many others have already paid and are forced to pay for another year's portion in just a few weeks. The zoning caps do not benefit anyone. The caps create a burden on homeowners, create a situation where homeowners who may have not really have any desire to rent right now pay thousands of dollars each year to hold onto a license that they may need to use at some point in the future if a personal situation should change. I've talked to many of my homeowners in my development about this. It inhibits the resale value of homes, which in turn will have a negative impact on town revenues. Just remove the cap. Allow the licenses to be transferred on a sale and put the $1 million directly towards building more affordable housing. I look forward to your
Thank you.
detailed response. Thank you very much.
Alan, thanks. Appreciate it. Anyone else this evening wish to speak at public comment? No, public comment period is closed. We go to new business this evening. We have first readings of Council Bill number 42, Series 2023. It's an ordinance of the town of Breckenridge setting forth the annual supplemental appropriation for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2023, ending December 31, 2023.
Mayor and Council, Tracy Lambert, Senior Accountant. I'm here for the first reading to appropriate the funds for the supplemental budget for 2023. The details are in your packet, but overall it comes to an additional revenue of $338,000 that we will be bringing in. That will be offset with appropriation for expense of $5.49 million and an adjustment to the restrictions of $3.39 million as well. Open for questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Tracy. Any questions for staff? Anyone in the public wish to comment on this first reading of the budget? No, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
Our first reading, a movie passed Council Bill number 42, Series 2023, the title which has been read into the record.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Rankin,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton,
Yes.
Councilmember Beckerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Sade,
Yes.
Councilmember Bergeron,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have a first reading of Council Bill number 43. This is 2023 ordinance concerning the leasing Breckenridge professional building.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Scott Reed for the record. Before you, for first reading is an ordinance to approve U.S. Bank's lease renewal in the Breckenridge Professional Building for a maximum of 3 years as outlined in the ordinance. I'll take any questions you may have.
Questions for staff?
No.
Anyone in the public wish to comment on this first reading this evening? Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
First reading, a movie passed Council Bill number 43, Series 2023, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Rankin,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton.
Yes.
Councilmember Bergeron.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckerman. Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right, we have a first reading, Council Bill number 44, Series 2023. It's an ordinance submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the town of Breckenridge at a regular municipal election to be held on April 2nd, 2024. A proposed amendment to the charter of the town of Breckenridge to lengthen the term of election commissioners from 2 years to 4 years.
Mayor, Council, we discussed this at work session. This is a proposal to extend the term of the election commissioners from 2 to 4 years, giving them 2 cycles of election years. Regular election years could be intervening coordinated elections. If you have any questions, let me know. This is a fairly straightforward ballot measure.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Anyone in the public wish to comment on this first reading? No. Their motion?
On first reading, will we pass Council Bill number 44, Series 2023, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion by council? Roll call.
Councilmember Beckerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Sade,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Bergeron,
Yes.
Councilmember Rankin,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right. We have first reading, Council Bill number 45, Series 2023. It's an ordinance submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the town of Breckenridge at a regular municipal election to be held on April 2nd, 2024. A proposed amendment to the charter of the town of Breckenridge to remove the residency and elector requirements for membership on permanent boards and commissions.
Mayor, Council, this is a measure that strikes some prescriptive language in the charter that requires appointees to boards and commissions to be registered electors and living within the boundaries of Breckenridge. This, to be very clear, will not change that same requirement in charter commissioned boards such as Planning Commission and the election commissioners, which we just discussed. It is with the purpose here, and we have distributed some hard copies and left some copies out on the table. We made a small change to the whereas clause after work session to make it clear that we are trying here to create more opportunity for those who not only live and work in Breckenridge, but also perhaps want to be part of participating in our boards and commissions, and they're living maybe within the Upper Blue Basin. So that small change is being presented to you on first reading. Another point that was made at work session was one of our goals is to make some of these boards and commissions more permanent in the structure of our government. And the 3 that we will come back and create a proposed ordinance to codify some of those, the permanency and the criteria for appointees include Social Equity Advisory Commission, Breckenridge Child Care Advisory Commission, and Breckenridge Events Committee. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. If someone was so inclined to make a motion, would you have to say the title, which is the form that was handed out? Or can I just,
The title has not changed. None of the substantive stuff has changed. So what you have in your packet, or either way, you can read from the hard copy or what you've been given.
so you're saying it's my discretion?
No, I'm not saying that.
All right, any other questions for staff? Anyone in the public wish to comment on this first reading? Now, the public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On first reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 45, Series 2023, the title which has been read into the record.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Carlton,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Beckerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Bergeron,
Yes.
Councilmember Rankin,
Yes.
Councilmember Sade,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have one resolution this evening is resolution number 23, Series 2023. This is a resolution providing town attorney assistant for municipal prosecution and establishing rates.
Mayor, so as you know that Bob Gregory of West Company has been performing municipal prosecutor services for us for quite some time. Annually, we renew that contract. There have been no changes since last year, other than a nominal increase in the hourly rate. If you have any questions about those services, please let me know.
Questions? or staff? Any of the public wish to comment on this resolution? Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
I move we pass resolution number 23, series 23, resolution providing town attorney assistant for municipal prosecution and establishing rates.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from afar.
Wow, nice work.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Beckerman. Councilmember Owens. Bergeron.
Yes.
Councilmember Sade.
Yes.
Councilmember Rankin.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. Trying to give me a new title. That's all right. All right, we have liquor and marijuana licensing authority appointments. You have ballot in front of you. Please pick two.
You want to have any discussion before, or if you're ready to vote?
Anybody want to talk about anything?
Some good candidates. It's
There
gonna be-
were.
It's gonna be tough.
I was really surprised about the
He's so subtle.
curious. I was shocked that none of them actually work in town. They
Yeah.
all work via
They're
Zoom.
remote.
They're all remote. That's crazy how things have changed.
Yep.
You used to have to be a developer, then you had to be in a restaurant.
Mhm.
Now you do a realtor. T-shirt
Defense
company,
attorney.
defense- Oh, you had to be an attorney? Did
Attorney.
you know she was an attorney?
Yeah.
Didn't know if you knew.
And then- or.
And
published
now,
author.
now you just say you Zoom.
Zoom.
You do for a living. I'm just on Zoom. Got a nice background.
All right, we have 6 votes for Garen Michael. We have 7 votes for Austin Deneen and 1 vote for Sean Ryan.
Passing of the card.
So there would be Garen and Austin.
Congratulations. Will staff reach out to them? Whatever member of staff would like to. We have Breckenridge Events Committee appointment. This one's in your packet. And we have Jeff Edwards has been selected by the group. All we need is a motion to affirm his appointment.
I motion that we nominate that we appoint Jeff Edwards for the Breckenridge Events Committee.
To a 4-year term
For-
beginning in
4-year term
January of
beginning
2024.
24.
Good job. Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Owens.
Yes.
Councilmember Rankin.
Yes.
Councilmember Sade. Yes. Councilmember Bergeron.
Yes.
Member Beckerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes.
Can I make that motion again?
Yeah, it was fine.
No, you did a great job.
No, don't patronize
We have
me.
Breckenridge Social Equity Advisory Commission appointments. I need a motion to approve the 2 nominees.
The three.
Oh, three, sorry, 3.
I move that we affirm the recommendation made by the selection committee of the Breckenridge Social Equity Advisory Commission and reappoint Jordan Burns for a 2nd term and appoint Isara Cirillo and Jotwan Daniels as members of the commission for a duration of 3 years, beginning in January 2024.
Second.
Ooh, motion and a second. Any discussion? Great applicants.
Joe Twan.
Jotwan.
Yeah, I didn't want to correct you. Sorry.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Beckerman. Councilmember Sade.
Yes.
Councilmember Owens.
Yes.
Councilmember Bergeron.
Yes.
Councilmember Rankin.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right, we have planning commission decisions. Any call-ups? Last time around? Nope. Planning commission stands as presented. Report of the town manager and staff.
All right,
Ooh.
so
Voyage.
you punted this one to me today. So the Summit Combined Housing Authority, as most of you know, had previously been located over in Schoonover for years and years. They moved out of Schoonover and are down in the county commons in a really inadequate space. And so the board decided to move forward with the purchase of a piece of property in Frisco where the old Summit Daily News or where the Summit Daily News was or is. And so they're moving forward with that purchase. It'll be enough space for that group to be in there. It has easy access to the public. It has parking. It's a really great opportunity for them to be in a more workable space. But they're about $450,000 short of what they need to make the final purchase. And so the board has suggested that the 5 primary municipalities in the county go in $90,000 a piece to make up that $450,000. There will be an agreement put in place. So if the building gets sold, the town will get that money back and more if it sells for more than it was purchased for. So we won't be out the $90,000, technically forever. But that's direction of the board, and we think staff would recommend that we move forward with it. We think it's a good move, and as someone says, you can never go wrong with real estate. So, and I think we got a good price on it. So if council is good with that.
2,700 square feet for
Yeah, it's a good size
1.25,
building.
yeah.
Tough landlord, huh?
Well, we'll be one about this, I guess. Yeah.
So if council's okay with that, we'll move forward.
They were in school.
Thumbs up.
We thought.
Everybody good? Thumbs up? All right.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yep.
We did have MMC. I don't remember what we talked about. We didn't talk about much. did we?
Were you both daydreaming or what?
Someone else to take notes for you?
Yeah, we don't take much notes anymore.
This is how the meeting went, the MMC meeting. Blue River talked for a half an hour and all the other towns talked for about 2 minutes because Blue River talked for a half an hour.
Oh, God.
And then we left.
What'd they have to say?
You know what? I don't even know, honestly. Not really sure. We got a lot going on for a little town though. Open space.
We had a meeting last night. And pretty much it was just a debriefing. I'm here to debrief you all
On the debriefing.
on the debriefing. We did kind of a field season review. We talked about what was accomplished, the volunteer days, the weed pulling. And also, one thing was of note, it's a very small percentage of the overall effort is going into creating new trails. It's more maintaining the trails we have, which was really nice to hear. We talked a little bit about the usage and the winter usage is really getting close to the summer usage at the places where we have human counters. Like the B&B, Sally Barbara, Cucumber Gulch. And so, yeah, that's kind of interesting. The winter use is growing kind of percentage wise. So that was kind of interesting and kind of surprising. We talked about naming the McCain, which was kind of a fun exercise. There was 2 general consensus. One, something a little bit more whimsical.
Chantilly?
No, well, Seth went for Chantilly, but he was thwarted. So yeah, one of them was Little Daisy, which is not in that.
What's wrong with McCain?
Oh, same thing with Trail of Tears. It's just.
Well, except McCain's not insulting to anybody, like Trail of Tears.
Did you know H.O.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I knew all.
No, he was a cool guy. Yeah, why are we renaming McCain?
That's got a historical context.
Tend to not. Thanks for that question. We tend to not name.
Are you sincere there?
We tend to not name parcels after the people from whom we purchased the property, because then it kind of memorializes their name unless it's more of a historical one. So the idea was is there something broader or something that's more community focused that might be a better name than the name after the person simply who owned it prior to us?
A good answer.
That is a good answer. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it in this case because I think the town got it pretty cheap. She could have held that, sold it to developers. I think Alta did a great service to the community by by letting the town buy that parcel, so I would be in favor of keeping it. Little Daisy's just, what's the other?
Okay, well,
Tell us about Little Daisy.
okay, so here's the deal. Some of the people, so actually, I would think Little Daisy might have carried the day on Bozak. This is kind of whimsical, has a nice sound to it, Little Daisy. Of course, Little Daisy is up on more in French Gulch. But that was one of the suggestions. And within these, another suggestion was to name it after kind of powerful, influential women of the early days of Breckenridge. Now, the rub on that is a lot of these influential women were the influential wives of powerful men. That's why we know about them. But there was a couple of gals that lived together, and they were poets, and they were, was it Helen and Bellen or something?
Helen and Bella.
Helen Rich.
You might as well stay up there.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Helen Rich, and they wrote a book or something, right? A book of poetry. And they were
Yes, they
roommates.
did. They were
Oh, yeah. So I kind of like that, but
Helen Rich and Belle Turnbull.
yeah. So they wrote some poetry, and then so that was one of the suggestions. But then we thought, well, if we called it Little Daisy, we could have named trails after the Helen Bell Trail or something like that. I'm a supporter of Little Daisy just because I like the cuteness of it, the whimsicalness of it. And I think Bosack is with me, but ultimately it falls to the council.
It's also a mine though, right?
Yeah, it's a mining, mining claim, yeah. I don't know why you even asked me to do it. We should just have Seth does it because I make so many mistakes.
Great, though.
Yeah. So anyway, so we did that. And there again, I'm a fan of Little Daisy, and then we can name some of the trails after the influential women like Helen and the other one, and just in
Lawrence Watson.
Watson and Turnbull.
Lawrence Watson was the third, as they discussed.
Watson, and who are the Turnbulls?
Was she part of it? Was it a threesome? Helen Rich.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Helen Rich. And then
Turnbull, last name Turnbull.
Yeah.
Belle Turnbull.
Bell Turnbull, that's why we call it Helen Bell.
Lawrence Watson.
You could maybe name some of the trails after these gals, and down the road, there might be one named after
Kelly Owens.
Kelly Owens, which would have a double jump and some berms. So that was the one thing. So that's what, but ultimately it falls to the council, if we support that. But I think we're leaning towards Little Daisy. And we had a trivia, Nikki La Rochelle put together a trivia night, which was really amazing. It's historical, and they had trails, and there was different little brain teases. And I did about as well as I did in high school algebra. And I got my butt kicked. But Joel Dukes won, and it was amazing how many, and some of the questions were really, really challenging.
He better be on it. That's his job.
Yeah, but like
So-
they had a picture of a trail, right? No name, no nothing, just kind of a line, and said, what is this trail? And they gave you that mileage, and that's it. And then they had something about
Better know that.
yeah, it was pretty good. And Seth came up with some good stuff.
Yeah.
He did well, but not well enough. So that's about it. Then we
Excellent.
went out for drinks.
Excellent report.
Then we went out for drinks
Best
afterwards.
report
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah. So that was a good report, I think.
It was outstanding.
Yeah.
Oh my
Tourism.
What's that?
I'm exhausted.
I don't know if I can follow that.
I might just want to push it off to the next meeting.
Kind of reviewed the financial position, which is super strong. We had a great Oktoberfest this year. Hugely successful in terms of numbers and numbers of people and financial. Strong sponsorships and so we touched on some strategic planning. The BTO plans a year further out than the rest of us, just because of the lead time and putting together their campaigns and such. So, Lucy in her wisdom suggested that we look at a 5-year plan, more strategic. So from 24 to 29 and looked at some of the things that maybe, we want to consider, like AI, changing community leadership, changing community, brand positioning, possibly around food and craft and arts, a little higher. The philanthropic, culture, or philanthropy culture, sustainability and DEI. And then, just kind of maybe weave in not which events, we like and which we don't, but more of is there a better strategic approach to events? So really look forward to that. I mean, there's some big meaty topics in there, but,
Sure.
it's great to have Lucy's wisdom and bringing these ideas to the board to kind of talk about and to move the organization forward. Thinking about possibilities and threats. We talked some about, the balance between marketing and management, and the need to be nimble. We think that'll, be around for quite some time. And then we kind of finalized our sponsorship policy around, tobacco and alcohol and marijuana. Now with both our distillery and our brewery being owned by marijuana companies, we really crafted it as the forward facing company. We want to stay away from those items, but if the parent company owns, that doesn't prevent us from accepting a sponsorship from it. It's a way, I thought it was a well-written policy, so. There's the overview.
Thank you. Very, very good. History,
Have not met.
creative arts, creative arts.
Meet later this week. One thing I think I'd love staff to keep in mind, and us at council to keep in mind is as we work on kind of a lab for food and beverage delivery, that we just consult with BCA on if there's any impacts over there at the Tiger Dredge and Horseshoe with operations, the Riverwalk and Axe and Tractor Trailers Park and all that sort of good stuff. So just making sure we solve any possible issues over there with parking going away for BCA. Thanks.
Thanks, Todd. CML Advisory Board,
We meet on Friday.
childcare,
No meeting.
the crying board, as I like to call it. Social equity,
We have a meeting Monday where we'll continue to review our blueprint, which is kind of at that final stage and will bubble up to council soon. Earlier when we were talking about, social equity committee, I was focused on the commissioners, but one thing that will bubble up to this level soon is just how much staff has done internally. Dana, Shannon, Mac, and there's an internal diversity, equity and inclusion committee that's also working on internal efforts within the town. So when this blueprint bubbles up to the council level, we'll be able to see all that great work.
excellent. All right, other matters.
I had one.
Yeah.
Got a very interesting idea from a local, who wanted us to consider selling season parking passes to the new structure. They recognize that it doesn't seem to be full as often as we may have thought it would be. And I know we would have to work with the Skiri on that, but I thought it was intriguing.
They threw out a price.
It didn't really.
I'd be curious what.
I
What'd you
asked
ask?
them.
I asked price. What do we charge for the underground?
Courthouse is our most expensive, right?
500.
But I mean, Eric, maybe we look at weekdays, it just.
Yeah,
the
you'd
weekday
wanna-
pass so that when it is full, we
Yeah,
don't have them
I
in
think
there.
it's a good idea.
And make it 350 or something. It's really, it's as much a nod to the locals and
Yeah.
the locals that really were passionate about, just skiing every day and.
I don't have a problem with that at all.
Um,
Of course, it's ski area would be the deal breaker if they didn't want to do it.
We have to work with them, but I think if we made it a weekday only, that might
Yeah.
bring them
yeah,
on board.
maybe,
How
yeah.
would we proceed on that? Or to,
With Copeland.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to the Skiria.
I thought it was a good. idea.
Everybody okay with
Yeah, that'd be
staff
interesting,
looking
yeah,
into it?
yeah.
Okay, there you go. Sweet.
They used to sell those for North Gondola, and
Yeah, this person had them every year till they quit.
Cool. Other matters?
Kelly, you should probably, we presented the grant things and Kelly met with the guys from Mountaintop Treetop Museum or something. And we're gonna, yeah. Like treetop. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess the only update on that is that Mountaintop is gonna actually be rolling out a pretty robust after-school program and it's very cool because instead of the kids having to make their way all the way to Mountaintop, it's actually in the elementary schools. And so he's working really hard. He is connecting with everybody. I mean, he's just he came from Keystone.
Yeah.
And so he's really like, just.
Cool.
For those that don't know Dave, he was at Keystone a long, long time and he's very well connected in that world, in that space.
Oh, you know, he didn't make the grant cycle because miscommunication between his application. and what-
Actually, he did make the grant cycle.
made
just-
it.
Yeah, just so because we did have some people who didn't.
okay.
This is not really the same, but he was not clear that our real focus is, local people here, and we wanted to make sure that the money wasn't going to be going to visitors who are coming to Mountaintop. So we're in discussions with them as to how to help him out because they're doing a sliding fee scale and they're very interested in especially helping out folks that are on SNAP. And so he's just doing all the right things. So we really want to look for a way to support that.
Cool. Anything else? I want to give a shout out to Lee Urban and Haley Littleton for serving on the liquor marijuana licensing action committee, whatever we call it. Thank you to the two of them. And I'm not going to say anything about Rick because that's it. Have a happy holidays, everybody. And maybe I won't.